Kong Fei Rao could also see that even without the help of the strange stone giant, he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. This young man had not used his full strength from the beginning. Since when was there such a powerful origin returning realm cultivator on this star? Kong Fei Rao thought he had reached the limit of what an origin returning realm master could achieve, but today he realized he was greatly mistaken. Tell me what the sun's true essence has to do with any of this? Yang Kai's voice sounded, "Why do you say you want to thank me for your current achievements? I don't remember doing anything for you." Kong Fei Rao glanced at him but did not answer immediately. Only when he felt a ruinous strength beginning to crush his corpse core did his expression change, and he quickly said, "It was an accident. You probably didn't even know about it." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Do you think that sun's true essence was just randomly placed there? So you're gravely mistaken. The reason the sun's true essence was sealed in that place was to suppress an underworld wellspring." Underworld wellspring? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Kong Fei Rao grinned. "Yes, it connects this world to the underworld, where a thick Yin corpse and death chi spring forth from. The Yin corpse and death chi are all useless to living creatures, harmful in fact, but to my corpse spirit race, it is nothing less than the finest resource. With an unlimited supply of it, our strength can rapidly grow to the limit of the origin returning realm. Perhaps even beyond." Kong Fei Rao thought he was at the peak of the origin returning realm, but after fighting with Yang Kai, he realized he was still far from it. There was actually such a thing beneath Grand Burial Valley? Yang Kai frowned slightly. Kong Fei Rao chuckled and said, "How do you think that corpse cave was formed? My ancient Yang sex ancestors discovered that underworld wellspring long ago, and used that piece of sun's true essence to suppress it. However, the entire reason my noble corpse spirit race could be born was because of the rich corpse chi which leaked into the corpse cave from it. Previously, we could not access that underworld wellspring, but after you took away that sun's true essence, everything changed. Now, do you understand why this protector must thank you?" Yang Kai's expression instantly turned ugly, and he said in a gloomy tone, "So, Shadowed Star becoming like this was my fault? Ha ha ha." Kong Fei Rao cackled towards the heavens as he snickered. "Indeed, you are responsible. So, what do you think would happen if the people of Shadowed Star learned of this? Would they direct all their hatred towards you? Are you threatening me? If you think this is enough for me to let you go, you are greatly mistaken." Yang Kai sneered. Kong Fei Rao's expression flickered, but he decided not to further provoke Yang Kai in the end. Now that his corpse core was literally in Yang Kai's hand, his life and death no longer his to control, naturally he would not do something so foolish. "Who is your religion master? Is he one of the corpse generals I saw that day?" Yang Kai asked. Kong Fei Rao shook his head. "No." "Then who?" "I don't know." "Nonsense." Yang Kai coldly snorted as he tightened his grip greatly, causing Kong Fei Rao's corpse core to crack slightly, as if it was on the verge of being crushed. Kong Fei Rao trembled as he grit his teeth and snarled, "I really don't know. Religion Master is not one of our corpse spirit race at all. He just suddenly appeared inside the corpse cave one day and taught us some profound secret arts related to our corpse chi cultivation, as well as a method to convert others into our clansmen. Without him, it would have been impossible for us to leave the corpse cave already. We would likely still be groping around for a way forward in that subterranean cave. After all, none of us has cultivated like this before." While Kong Fei Rao spoke, Yang Kai was constantly using his divine sense to monitor his expressions and soul fluctuations, but he did not notice any flaws. There were only two explanations for this. One was that Kong Fei Rao wasn't lying and really didn't know the identity or background of this mysterious religion master. Or two, Kong Fei Rao's acting skills had reached an astonishing level that could deceive even Yang Kai's senses. Yang Kai was more inclined to believe the former possibility. "Then how strong is he?" Yang Kai asked again. Kong Fei Rao's face contorted a few times before he grits his teeth and muttered, "If I said I don't know what his cultivation is, would you believe it? What do you think?" Yang Kai glared at him coldly. Kong Fei Rao sighed, "But I really don't know. He never took action in front of us." Then how did he become your corpse spirit religion's religion master? Don't tell me that just because he taught you some cultivation and conversion methods, you all willingly submitted to him. How could that be? Kong Fei Rao sneered, a trace of irritation appearing on his face. The reason why we brothers surrendered to him was that he— Kong Fei Rao had not finished speaking yet when his face suddenly changed drastically, as if something terrifying was happening to him, his eyes bulging as they filled with shock before a look of extreme pain filled his face. A violent and unstable aura quickly spread from his body. Yang Kai's complexion changed as he hurriedly pulled his hand back. The next moment, Kong Fei Rao howled miserably as a destructive aura burst from his corpse core. This aura rapidly transformed into a green flame that seemed to be burning Kong Fei Rao from the inside out. Kong Fei Rao's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears all sprayed out green flames, giving him a terrifying appearance. In less than 10 breaths of time, this powerful peak-level corpse general who had fought evenly against Yi Shiyun was burned down by these green flames, leaving behind only a pile of black ashes. Yang Kai watched this scene from the beginning to the end, a chill gripping his heart when it was all over. He did not know exactly what happened to Kong Fei Rao, but he guessed that the mysterious religion master of corpse spirit religion had placed some kind of terrible seal on him. Once Kong Fei Rao tried to reveal some key information, this seal would immediately activate, detonate his corpse core, and produce this corpse flame that would swiftly kill Kong Fei Rao. Although everything was just his guess, Yang Kai was confident in his assessment. Such vicious methods, such meticulous scheming. It wasn't even clear what kind of sensitive information Kong Fei Rao was about to reveal that triggered the seal in his body. Yang Kai thought back to the words Kong Fei Rao spoke just before he died, and although the other party did not articulate anything in particular, Yang Kai was still able to infer some information from it. This mysterious religion master possibly had some kind of method or artifact in his hand which enabled him to control the corpse spirit race. This was the most likely scenario. Kong Fei Rao was dead now, so it was impossible to get anything more from it. Pausing for a moment, Yang Kai could not help feeling somewhat wary of this mysterious religion master. Being able to place such a seal onto one's own subordinates proved that this religion master would not be someone easy to deal with. As for Kong Fei Rao's statement that Shadowed Star's current crisis was at least partially his fault, Yang Kai did not attempt to deny it. However, while it was true that him taking away the sun's true essence, suppressing the underworld wellspring allowed the corpse spirit race to grow much more powerful in a short period of time, the primary reason for this upheaval was no doubt the mysterious religion master teaching them the proper method to cultivate as well as giving them the knowledge to successfully transform others into members of the corpse spirit race. If they did not possess such a method, corpse spirit religion would never have been able to expand so rapidly. After Yang Kai mulled over these thoughts for a moment, he decided to set the entire issue aside for the time being. Looking up, the Black Origin King Grade starship was still wantonly bombarding corpse spirit religion's army. Each crystal cannon volley was able to harvest at least dozens from the corpse spirit race as well as those human cultivators who had submitted to them. During his battle with Kong Fei Rao, the flowing flame sandfield's periphery had become filled with dead bodies and scattered remains. Letting out a light sigh, Yang Kai flew up into the sky, pushed his space force, and returned to the starship. "Return to the sect," he shouted sharply. After the campaign of extermination the starship just executed, more than half of the corpse spirit religion army which was besieging High Heaven sect had been eliminated. Even the white-robed corpse General Kong Fei Rao had been killed by Yang Kai, so pursuing the rest of these remnants was not a high priority. What was most important now was to return to the sect. The people Yang Kai brought with him from Tongshen realm needed to be settled in. After all, they had been waiting inside the sealed world bead for several years now, and it was best for them to contact and familiarize themselves with the world principles here as soon as possible. Moreover, Yang Kai also wanted to know how High Heaven sect was faring now. It was rumored that High Heaven sect had suffered several losses over the past 2 years, and that Great Elder Yi Shiyun was seriously injured, making Yang Kai wonder if she had recovered or not by now. The 3 blazing flame rings which formed the flowing flame sand field were so powerful that even an ordinary Origin King grade starship would be burned to ashes the moment it tried to intrude. However, High Heaven Sect starship was personally refined by Yang Yen and had her aura branded into it, so the 3 blazing flame rings would not harm it and easily allowed it to pass. It was not until the huge figure of the starship disappeared that the corpse spirit religion remnants who had been running and hiding breathed a sigh of relief, but the looks of lingering fear did not leave their faces. Under the tyrannical might of the starship, they were not even able to summon the courage to resist as they stood there waiting to be slaughtered. Now that the starship had left, they felt relieved. Without receiving any orders to retreat, though no one dared escape far. After a short time, the corpse spirit religion cultivators gathered from all directions again and began waiting for instructions from Kong Fei Rao. However, none of them were aware that Kong Fei Rao had already fallen. It was not until an hour later, when Kong Fei Rao still didn't show up, that some who had grown suspicious went to investigate the small palace, only to discover that the white-robed corpse general was dead. The entire army instantly went into an uproar. One of the 4 protectors of corpse spirit religion had fallen, and with the reappearance of High Heaven Sect's origin King Grade starship, it was like an omen of things to come. High Heaven Sect's headquarters was located in the 4th layer of the flowing flame sand field. However, after Yang Yen took back the first of the 3 blazing flame rings that day, the flowing flame sand field no longer had 6 layers, instead only consisting of 4. So strictly speaking, High Heaven Sect was located in the 2nd layer while the 1st layer was formed by the 2nd of the 3 blazing flame rings. There was another flame ring which then separated the 2nd layer from the innermost sanctum where Yang Yen was currently sleeping. After crossing the flame barrier, Yang Kai scanned the familiar scenery around him and could not help feeling a little excited. Although Tongshan Realm was his native land, he had actually lived on Shadowed Star for longer since he entered the star field, and with High Heaven Sect being located here, Yang Kai held a strong affinity to this place. After all, this was the sect he created with his own hands, the place where High Heaven Pavilion's legacy would be carried forward. There was no substitute for the kind of emotion one attached to their own creation. No more than an hour later, High Heaven Sect, located amidst the rolling mountains, appeared before everyone's eyes. The mountain road paved in white jade was clearly visible. At the top of the mountain road, there was a huge plaque emblazoned with the words, High Heaven Sect, a truly beautiful place. Standing inside the starship, Ling Tai Su looked down through the crystal glass and felt extremely satisfied with the environment of High Heaven Sect's headquarters. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Yang Kai stood to the side with a smile and explained to his Grand Master. What you see now can only be regarded as the entrance to High Heaven Sect. There are a total of 81 peaks in High Heaven Sect, 9 main and 72 auxiliary. The scenery of each peak is unique. However, because the number of disciples until now has been quite small, we have only settled on this one. As for the other peaks, even I have not fully explored them. After we land, everyone will be able to find an appropriate peak to live on. Amazing! Chu Ling Xiao felt warmth in his old chest. They had been a little worried about having enough space to live at their destination with Yang Kai bringing over 10,000 people from the human, monster, and demon races. After all, this was no small number and they would require a massive piece of land. But looking around and seeing the lush, verdant mountains that towered up into the clouds, the myriad of elegant and palatial pavilions, and realizing this was but one of the 81 peaks, the masters from the 3 clans felt that fitting 10,000 people here would be a simple task, with plenty of space left over when everything was said and done. We will live here in the future? Thunder Dragon Great Senior looked out with excitement. This place was more than 100 times better than Tongshan Realm's Beast Sea Jungle. Not only was the world energy extremely rich, but the scenery was also first class. Any monster race master who cultivated here would no doubt have great future achievements. A headquarters was the foundation of a clan, and as a monster race great senior, Thunder Dragon understood the importance of a strong foundation. Yang Kai, my demon race owes you a great debt. In the future, whatever commands you may have of us, my demon race will do its utmost to fulfill. Even someone as proud as Zhang Yuan felt grateful from the bottom of his heart, and even subtly indicated he wished for his companions and him to join High Heaven Sect immediately. Yang Kai simply nodded. Strictly speaking, bringing the monster race and demon race masters brought from Tongxian realm was already a great favor to them. On the other hand, Li Rong and Han Fei of ancient demon clan did not think so. Yang Kai was their lord, and they had pledged to follow Yang Kai for life, so them being able to accompany him was simply their honor and duty. As the masters from the three clans were immersed in shock and joy, Yang Kai commanded the starship to land in the massive square below. At the same time, Yang Kai released his divine sense to scan the surroundings, hoping to glean what High Heaven Sect's current status was. A moment later, however, his brow could not help furrowing. Yang Kai quickly discovered that there were about 1,000 people gathered in High Heaven Sect at this moment, but none of them had familiar auras. Yi Shiyun, Wu Yi, Chang Qi, Howen, Huang Wan, and the others seemed to be absent, and even the auras of the masters from Star Emperor Mountain had disappeared. What's more, the starship's descent was by no means a subtle event, yet no one from High Heaven Sect had come out to greet them. On the contrary, from the pavilions near the square, countless unfamiliar divine senses extend out and scan them. This discovery made Yang Kai's face sink and his expression turn unsightly. Noticing something was off, Ling Tai Su leaned closer and asked in a low voice, "Yang Kai, is there something wrong?" Yang Kai sneered softly. "There is indeed something wrong, Grandmaster. Please wait aboard the starship for a moment. I'll go and sort this situation out." "Understood," Ling Tai Su responded. Yang Kai gestured for the High Heaven Sect disciples to open the starship's hatch, and he quickly walked out together with Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yu Rao. Yang Xiuzhu and the others apparently also noticed something was wrong, and after exchanging a few glances amongst themselves, Yang Xiuzhu circulated his Saint Qi and gave a loud shout. "Sect Master has returned to the sect." This shout echoed across all 81 of High Heaven Sect's peaks. Still, no one came out to greet them. Instead, the divine senses that had been probing the starship before seemed to entangle with one another, engaging in a silent exchange. The atmosphere in High Heaven Sect suddenly became tense. A moment later, the various divine senses retracted, their owners apparently reaching some kind of consensus. Only after this did people begin flying out from the various palaces and lofts. Yang Kai stood on the square, his expression as deep and tranquil as an ancient well, a cold aura radiating from his body as he waited silently. Shwa shwa shwa. One figure after another landed nearby, gradually amassing into an extremely terrifying force. All of the people who appeared were origin-returning realm masters, with several of them being third orders. However, when these people saw Yang Kai, their eyes would shift as if feeling guilty. No one dared to confront Yang Kai head-on, but a number were casting him cold glances, as if looking at some kind of enemy. Yang Kai glanced around, and his eyes quickly fixed on an old woman with white hair and a dragon head walking stick. Beside this old woman stood a delicate and beautiful young woman. This young woman was a first-order origin-returning realm cultivator, a rising star of Shadowed Star. Yang Kai's gaze fixed on this old woman because he knew her. She was none other than Old Woman Feng from Myriad Beast Mountain. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, she had appeared at that climax to try to snatch the Emperor Jade. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of this old woman, and although she had not gone as far as the great elder of Demon Blood Temple Jin Shur at that time, she clearly didn't have any good intentions towards him. As for the beautiful young woman with a shrewd light in her eyes, Yang Kai recalled that her name was Feng Yen. She was the granddaughter of Old Woman Feng. At this moment, Feng Yen was looking Yang Kai over with a pair of curious eyes and a kind of eagerness that made it seem she wanted to compete with him and determine who was the stronger between them. Yang Kai naturally had no interest in her. The other party was just a first-order origin-returning realm cultivator, a weakling he could crush with a wave of his hand. Continuing to scan the crowd, Yang Kai saw some familiar as well as unfamiliar faces, with the latter being more common. However, judging by the robes they wore, Yang Kai could tell that most of them came from first-class sects or forces on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai also spotted the current sect master of Colored Glass Sect, Gong Ao Fu, and her disciple In Su Dai. The previous sect master of Colored Glass Sect, Gong Xing He, had fallen while exploring the Emperor Garden, so his daughter Gong Ao Fu had taken over as sect master. Dai Yuan was nowhere to be seen though. Yang Kai frowned when he noticed this. He did not know where that beautiful woman who insisted on disguising herself as an ugly one had gone. Strictly speaking, she was also a disciple of Colored Glass sect and should have been accompanying Gong Ao Fu. Regarding Colored Glass sect, Yang Kai only had a favorable impression of Dai Yuan. After all, he had worked together with her several times. Silence filled the square as Yang Kai looked around coldly. None of these outside origin returning realm cultivators showing any intention to speak up. After a long time, Yang Kai grinned and quipped, "Interesting, this sect master has just returned to the sect, yet none of the elders or disciples have come out to greet him. Instead, all of you took the trouble to see me." As for why these people had appeared in High Heaven sect, Yang Kai had a fairly good guess. When he was in Black Sea City before, he learned from Du Yenling that High Heaven sect had been extremely active during the past 2 years. Not only had it frequently sent out masters to rescue the elites of the human race, but under Great Elder Yi Shiyun's orders, High Heaven sect even opened its doors to shelter the cultivators who had nowhere else to flee. These people should be the ones who had taken refuge in High Heaven sect. This was not a surprise, of course, as High Heaven sect was the last Pure Land on Shadowed Star. Protected by the 3 blazing flame rings, no matter how powerful the corpse spirit religion was, there was no way they could reach it. No one could criticize Yi Shiyun's decision, even Yang Kai. If he was in High Heaven sect at that time, Yang Kai would have done the same. Regarding the cultivators who fled here with such difficulty, Yang Kai would not be so hard-hearted to condemn them to death outside. However, the current situation made him extremely angry. Although he was not clear what happened here, or why Yi Shiyun and the others hadn't shown up, it was obvious that these people had somehow managed to usurp control here through some malicious means. The origin-returning realm masters on the opposite side continued looking at each other before everyone's eyes finally gathered on Old Woman Feng from Myriad Beast Mountain. Old Woman Feng did not pass on this responsibility and took a step forward while putting on a kind smile and saying, "Sect Master Yang is too serious. Now that Shadowed Star has fallen into chaos, High Heaven sect has become the last bastion of my human race. It is only reasonable that we come out to greet you." The last bastion of the human race? Yang Kai looked at Old Woman Feng with a sneer, keenly grasping the key point she was trying to make. Is Senior Feng trying to say that High Heaven sect now belongs to the entire human race? How come I, the sect master, know nothing about this? Old Woman Feng's complexion cramped for a moment as she did not know how to respond. Apparently not having expected Yang Kai's words to be so sharp, a burly man suddenly stepped out and interjected, "Sect Master Yang, right? High Heaven sect can rely on its natural defenses to keep corpse spirit religion's army at bay. So naturally, this treasured land has become the last bastion for our human race. Now that the corpse spirit race is rampaging around the world, no place is safe. High Heaven sect should think of what is best for the human race and share this paradise freely, or does Sect Master Yang want to object for some reason? You are..." Yang Kai squinted at him. The burly man coldly snorted, "Floating Mist Palace's Palace Lord, Tang Fu Shui." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had heard Tang Fu Shui's name before and knew he was a peak third-order origin returning realm master, comparable to Fei Ji Tu or Qian Tong from before. Floating Mist Palace was after all one of Shadowed Star's first-class sects. Tang Fu Shui continued, "If my Floating Mist Palace owned such a treasure, I would open the sect's gates wide to accept the elites of my human race, as well as contribute our meager strength to preserve that final hope." Sect Master Yang's words just now, however, sound like he is trying to accuse us of some sin. Could it be possible Sect Master Yang wants to drive all of us away? As soon as this statement was made, many people's expressions changed drastically, anxiety filling their faces. It had not been easy for them to escape here to High Heaven sect, and if Yang Kai really drove them out, their good days would come to an end. In the future, they would likely have to face the constant chasing down and suppression of corpse spirit religion with no one able to guarantee their own safety. When did I say anything like that? Yang Kai sneered lightly as he looked around with sharp eyes. What are you afraid of? No one dared meet eyes with him. What does this king have to feel guilty about? Tang Fu Shui snapped back with a gloomy expression. A peal of delightful laughter suddenly rang out as Feng Yan, who had been standing next to old woman Feng, stepped forward and elegantly bowed to Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes flashing slightly as she spoke. Junior sister greets senior brother Yang. Senior brother Yang should be patient. You have not been back to High Heaven sect for some time, so you may not be aware of the situation and have some misunderstandings. Corpse spirit religion is currently causing chaos all across Shadowed Star, and many have fled here to High Heaven sect seeking shelter. Senior brother Yang is indeed High Heaven sect's sect master, the master of this place, but please consider the overall situation first. If possible, we might as well sit down and discuss this matter calmly. Old woman Feng nodded slightly, clearly feeling that what her granddaughter said was very appropriate. Even Tang Fu Shui, who had lost his temper a moment ago, wore an appreciative look on his face. What the hell do you count for? Junior sister? Don't even try to put yourself on the same level as this sect master. Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently, clearly not giving her the slightest face. Old woman Feng's face sank. Feng Yan was even more furious, and beautiful face twitched as she ground her teeth and clenched her fists. Her myriad beast mountain was not weak. She was the granddaughter of old woman Feng, and her aptitude is also quite good. Although she wasn't as famous as Wei Guchang and the other first-class talents, she was still among the rising stars of Shadowed Star. Coupled with her beautiful looks and sharp mind, she had always been sought after by young men from Myriad Beast Mountain and regarded as the goddess in their hearts. Even the young men from other great forces flattered and courted her wherever she went. She had lost count of how many men were fascinated by her beauty. As such, she never put any man in her eyes, thinking that all of them were fools who she could manipulate as she willed. Yang Kai's reaction just now, however, made her angry out of shame. From when she was a child until now, she had never received such insults. Like a cold slap had been delivered straight to her face. What's more, in front of such a massive crowd. Just when she was about to snap back, Yang Kai turned away and blatantly ignored her. To Yang Kai, she was truly not worthy of his attention. This made Feng Yan even more annoyed, and her pair of beautiful eyes sprayed with anger, glaring at Yang Kai fiercely as if she wanted to rip him to pieces. I'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to explain the situation here clearly. After that time is up, if the sect master still does not have a satisfactory answer, all of you can scram out of my High Heaven sect. Yang Kai's sharp eyes swept over the crowd as he declared coldly. The crowd immediately went into an uproar, and all of those who had been afraid to meet eyes with him now glared angrily towards him. As for the masters who had originally been hostile to Yang Kai, the murderous intent in their eyes became obvious at this moment. Yang Kai simply sneered as he stood straight like a spear, completely unmoved in the face of all this ill intent. He had even fought against a character like Luo Hai, a second-order Origin King Star Master, so how could he possibly care about these people? Although this group had many Origin returning Realm Masters, if Yang Kai really wanted to slaughter them, none would be able to escape from High Heaven sect today. Their ferocious eyes were as ridiculous as a blind man complimenting a woman for her looks. After delivering his ultimatum, Yang Kai proceeded to ignore these people while instead spreading out his divine sense to look for High Heaven sect's disciples and elders. But after searching all 81 peaks, he still couldn't find any trace of them. It was as if everyone from High Heaven sect had simply vanished. This discovery made Yang Kai's expression more and more ugly. He could vaguely guess what happened here. One possibility was that everyone was killed by these guys, making it impossible for him to find them. The second possibility was that High Heaven sect's members had withdrawn from the 81 peaks. As for where they went, Yang Kai had a guess. The former scenario was highly unlikely. Although High Heaven sect's original numbers were small and their strengths were quite weak, after absorbing Star Emperor Mountain's masters, High Heaven sect's strength had dramatically increased and was no longer a soft persimmon that could be crushed at will. What's more, these people weren't able to kill Yi Shiyun. Then there was only the second possibility. Yi Shiyun must have evacuated High Heaven sect's disciples to the deepest part of the flowing flame sand field. That was where Yang Yen slept, and with the innermost ring of the 3 blazing flame rings protecting it, no one could enter. Yang Kai did not know why Yi Shiyun had made this choice, but she had her own considerations. Just as Yang Kai took back his divine sense and cleared up his thoughts, an old man with a sagely temperament suddenly appeared and cupped his fists in a dignified manner. Sect Master Yang. This old master is Medicine Pill Sect's great elder Li Jianming. Sect Master Yang has just returned from afar and must be tired. Why not take a rest first and then we can discuss this matter in detail? Medicine Pill Sect. This sect was another great force with a famous reputation on Shadowed Star. The reason was simple: this sect was focused entirely on alchemy, similar to Medicine Pill Sect in the Great Han Dynasty, granting it a special status on this star. Medicine Pill Sect had 5 elders, all of whom were origin-grade low-rank alchemists. They represented an extremely valuable resource to Shadowed Star, and even Heaven-battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, back when they existed, would have to treat these 5 with respect, not daring to offend them in the slightest. Li Jianming, as Medicine Pill Sect's great elder, was also a prominent master of Shadowed Star, on par with the sect masters of other first-class forces. He was naturally qualified to stand up and speak up here. When this old man spoke, he stroked his gray beard and looked at Yang Kai with a confident smile on his face, as if silently saying he deserved face. Yang Kai simply glanced at him and snorted coldly. Half a cup of tea's time remains. If you want to wait in silence with this sect master is happy to accompany you. But after a half a cup of tea's time, this sect master makes no guarantees with you about what happens next. After speaking, Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth like a beast waiting to pounce. Li Jianming's face changed as he said in annoyance, "Isn't Sect Master Yang being too unreasonable? We came out to greet you, yet Sect Master Yang doesn't give us any face, even going so far as to ignore basic decency and righteousness. Aren't you afraid you'll invite trouble by having such an attitude?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed coldly, like a sharp blade as he stared towards Li Jianming. Although this old man was an origin-grade alchemist, his cultivation was not that high, only first-order origin returning realm, so he was unable to withstand Yang Kai's overbearing gaze and hastily retreated 2 steps. Fortunately, Yang Kai had no intention to kill him. Otherwise, Li Jianming would have suffered greatly just from this glare. "Bold!" Tang Fu Shui suddenly yelled, a fierce light flashing across his eyes. "You dare take action against elderly? Boy, you need to be taught how to respect your seniors. You may be a sect master, but that does not give you the right to act however you please. Today this old master will teach you a lesson, so you know how to behave in the future." As Tang Fu Shui shouted, he pushed his Saint Chi forcefully. Possessing fire attribute Saint Chi, after Tang Fu Shui began pushing it, his entire body seemingly began to burn as flames surrounded his figure, making him look like a flame giant. Stretching out his hand, he condensed a massive burning hammer before pounding it down towards Yang Kai. An ordinary origin returning realm master would likely not be able to handle this full-powered blow from floating Miss Palace's palace master. Even Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yu Rao, who had been standing silently behind Yang Kai, showed solemn expressions, with Yang Xiaozhu taking a step forward and preparing to respond. Yang Kai, however, stretched out his hand to stop him and laughed. "Not bad. Finally someone could not hold themselves back. Since you court death, this sect master will oblige." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai leapt up and met this flame giant with a vicious expression. Upon returning to High Heaven Sect expectantly, he suddenly discovered that the sect he had built with such difficulty had been occupied by a group of completely unrelated people while his disciples and friends were all gone. Yang Kai had a stomach full of grievances since the beginning. But before he could figure out what was going on here, he had forced himself to hold back and communicate with these people. Although unlikely, he wished that there was really some kind of misunderstanding here. Now it seemed that his tolerance was regarded as weakness by these people, and someone had stepped out to bring death to themselves. Yang Kai's anger completely erupted. Courting death. Tang Fu Shui sneered as he saw Yang Kai actually try to meet his attack with his bare hands and body. Not only did he not restrain his strength, but he instead increased his Saint Chi's output. In an instant, the flame giant expanded again, and its aura became stronger. Everyone's eyes flashed as they watched Yang Kai meet this hammer head-on with mixed thoughts. The seemingly small figure finally collided with the huge flame hammer, and at that moment, Tang Fu Shui's complexion changed drastically as he was knocked backwards, apparently suffering a heavy blow. Voila! The giant hammer, which was condensed from the pure Saint Chi of a peak third-order origin returning realm master, was instantly shattered and turned into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Yang Kai's figure continued forward unabated, his murderous intent so thick it was tangible, transforming into a streak of light that rushed towards the tumbling Tang Fu Shui. Before Tang Fu Shui's stunned eyes, Yang Kai threw a clenched fist towards his face. Tang Fu Shui's reaction was remarkably quick. Facing such a punch, he desperately pushed his Saint Chi to form a protective barrier around his body, while at the same time he spread out his Shi and tried to escape. However, as soon as his Shi left his body, it was shattered, as if it had met its natural enemy, and his body froze in place, unable to even move. Yang Kai's fist quickly enlarged in his eyes. No Saint Chi fluctuations were coming from this punch, but that did not decrease the aura of death Tang Fu Shui felt coming from it. Before this punch even arrived, Tang Fu Shui felt his protective Saint Chi crumble and his face begin to cave in. No! Tang Fu Shui yelled in horror. At this moment, he no longer possessed any of the poise a palace master should have and instead wore a look filled with panic as he desperately looked for a way to survive. Yang Kai punched landed straight on his face. None of these onlookers was weak, but even they couldn't help jumping in fright when they saw Yang Kai's punch directly shattered Tang Fu Shui's head. They were even clearly able to see the whole process of Tang Fu Shui's head exploding, as if it had been slowed down countless times, creating a memory they would never be able to forget. Everyone fell silent as the look they gave Yang Kai changed dramatically. Originally, some held contempt for Yang Kai, who was simply an origin-returning realm cultivator like them. But now only fear remained. What kind of strength Tang Fu Shui had. All of them understood it was not something trivial. Among the origin-returning realm masters present, Tang Fu Shui could rank among the top 3. But even such a master had his head shattered by a single punch from Yang Kai, dying a miserable death. During the entire process, Yang Kai showed no signs of using his Saint Chi. Seemingly relying solely on his physical strength to accomplish this feat, no one was foolish enough to think that Tang Fu Shui had underestimated his opponent, leading to his demise. Tang Fu Shui, as the palace master of Floating Mist Palace, was a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator who had fought countless battles throughout his life. With such rich experience, how could he make the mistake of underestimating his enemy? Judging from the attack he launched, it was obvious Tang Fu Shui was also going all out. But in the end, he was still killed in one blow. This could only mean that Yang Kai's strength far surpassed Tang Fu Shui's, enough so that the latter could not even last one exchange in combat. Tang Fu Shui was a third-order origin returning realm master, so was Yang Kai an origin king? Thinking so, everyone gasped and felt their lungs fill with frigid air. Execute everyone from Floating Mist Palace. Yang Kai commanded angrily, clearly unwilling to simply let the matter drop. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han-yi, and Lin Yu Rao had also been suppressing their anger for some time now, but without Yang Kai's orders, they did not dare act on their own. At this moment, though, having received Yang Kai's command, they immediately dashed forward, pushing their Saint Chi furiously together with their Shi, as they crashed into a group of a dozen people. These dozen people had arrived together with Tang Fu Shui and were all wearing Floating Mist Palace's robes, making them easy to identify. Yang Kai obviously intended to act ruthlessly. Like tigers descending the mountain, Yang Xiuzhu and the others rushed into the Floating Mist Palace camp, and after only 10 breaths filled with cries for mercy, the dozen origin returning realm masters from Floating Mist Palace had all been slaughtered, none of them even able to put up a decent struggle. Strictly speaking, Floating Mist Palace was not a weak force, and other than the dead Tang Fu Shui, who was a third-order origin returning realm master, there was another third-order, 3 second-order, and 8 first-order masters present. However, these masters had been terrified by Yang Kai's overwhelming power, while Yang Xiuzhu and the others were peak-level masters themselves who had survived the blood prison trial, so how could these dozen or so cultivators possibly offer any noteworthy resistance? After 10 breaths, a dozen fresh corpses were lying on the square, and a potent smell of blood filled the air. Yang Xiaozhu and the others did not say a word, simply returning to stand behind Yang Kai silently after completing this task. The audience also remained silent, with the only audible sound being the violent heartbeats of the nervous crowd. Everyone stared at Yang Kai, Yang Xiaozhu, and the others as if they were a group of reapers, their faces filled with shock and horror. You dare use such cruel methods? Feng Yan's tender body trembled as she pointed at Yang Kai and said in an incredulous tone, "These are the last high-end masters of my shadowed star's human race. If you kill them, who will be left to fight against Corpse Spirit Religion's army in the future? Are you trying to condemn my shadowed star's human race to extinction?" Listening to her self-righteous words, Yang Kai only sneered, "Oh? Since they have such great strength, why aren't they out fighting the enemy instead of cowering inside my high heaven sect?" Feng Yan was struck speechless for a moment, but just as she was about to retort, old woman Feng suddenly glared at her. Only then did Feng Yan come back to her senses and realized what she had just done. She really did not know what insanity had come over her that led her to condemn Yang Kai's actions. Having awoken thanks to old woman Feng's glare, Feng Yan's tender body could not help shivering as cold sweat began soaking her clothes. "My patience is limited," Yang Kai repeated. Everyone's complexion paled as they looked towards Yang Kai in dread, but none dared to speak. They had been relying on their superior numbers to not take Yang Kai seriously, feeling that no matter how annoyed or angry Yang Kai was, he couldn't tear face with them on the spot. They thought that Yang Kai had no choice but to compromise with them, but after witnessing his brutal methods and terrifying strength, they realized they were greatly mistaken. This young High Heaven sect master did not need to talk to them at all. He could simply kill all of them and be done with it. In the face of absolute force, all schemes and plans were futile. After a long silence, old woman Feng sighed heavily and spoke, "The talents from the younger generation will always surpass those from the previous. We acknowledge that punishment is deserved. Sect Master Yang, just tell us what you want to know." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I only want to know one thing. What happened to my High Heaven sect?" Old woman Feng turned her head and glanced around, but everyone avoided her eyes, obviously not daring to be the one to explain what happened to Yang Kai. Old woman Feng wore a depressed look and said desolately, "Sect Master Yang, this is a long story, but just know we were forced into this situation. It looks like you still want to test my patience." Yang Kai smiled wickedly as he began pushing his Saint Chi. Old woman Feng's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly assumed a defensive stance. "I will explain what happened here in High Heaven sect." At that moment, a new voice suddenly called out from afar. When Yang Kai heard this voice, he thought it sounded a little familiar, and after turning his head, he saw an old man with a black face walking over to the square. By the side of this old man was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. When this middle-aged man saw the scattered corpses here, however, he could not help crying out in surprise. Treasure Trove Pavilion's Yen Pei and his disciple. Yang Kai had also dealt with this auctioneer known as Old Blackface and knew he had a good relationship with Chen Tong. So, although he was still quite annoyed, he suppressed his anger and nodded. "So it is Senior Yen. Sect Master Yang is too polite. This Yen will explain what transpired here." Old Blackface Yen Pei cupped his fists before briefly summarizing what the situation was while Yang Kai listened solemnly. 2 years ago, when Corpse Spirit Religion first appeared, it began destroying great forces like a great snowball rolling down a hill, growing bigger and more unstoppable as time passed. Many sects and families were slaughtered ruthlessly down to their roots, and the more famous sects were the ones Corpse Spirit Religion focused on first. Facing this immense onslaught, no great force on Shadowed Star was able to resist. Shadow Moon Hall, Floating Mist Palace, Colored Glass Sect, Clear Sky Sect, Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect, all of them were destroyed one after another, resulting in countless casualties. Because of High Heaven Sect's special geographic location, however, Corpse Spirit Religion had no way to attack them directly. With Yang Kai away, Yi Shiyun was in charge of High Heaven Sect, and did not just ignore Shadowed Star's crisis. Stemming from her sense of morality and justice, she frequently dispatched High Heaven Sect's masters to rescue the besieged sects. Yi Shiyun even personally took action. However, though High Heaven Sect was not weak, it was still unable to reverse the situation when facing a behemoth like Corpse Spirit Religion. Not only did High Heaven Sect suffer heavy losses in the process, but it also failed to obtain any kind of decisive victory. Finally, High Heaven Sect opened its doors to accept the cultivators who had managed to flee as a last resort. The 1,000 or so people Yang Kai sensed when he first returned to High Heaven Sect were these survivors. Upon entering High Heaven Sect, these people felt like they had suddenly arrived in heaven from hell, the contrast making all of them feel ecstatic. Outside, they had to worry about the pursuit of Corpse Spirit Religion and were unable to even heal their wounds as they needed to constantly remain on guard. But inside High Heaven Sect, all these worries disappeared with the 3 blazing flame rings protecting them. Living here was extremely comfortable, and even if the heavens fell outside, it would not affect this place. What's more, the world energy in High Heaven Sect was the richest on Shadowed Star. Even Star Emperor Mountain could not compare to even the lowest quality peak in High Heaven Sect. Everyone fell in love with this place. None of them knew what the inside of the flowing flame sand field was like before, but after Yi Shiyun accepted them in as refugees, they discovered that this place was simply an unparalleled cultivation paradise. Who would not covet such a treasured land? Every cultivator from every sect was envious of High Heaven Sect. However, none of them was foolish enough to tear face with High Heaven Sect right after they had been saved by them. When Yi Shiyun wanted them to join High Heaven Sect's efforts to rescue other great forces. However, the situation changed. They had finally managed to reach a safe haven. So how could they be willing to go out again and live the life of constant fear? As such, none of the great forces cooperated. Still, by doing so, they worried that their attitudes and behavior would anger Yi Shiyun and she would drive them out. In order to avoid such an outcome, several sects began to conspire and launched a preemptive strike against High Heaven Sect. Since High Heaven Sect had absorbed the masters from Star Emperor Mountain, its strength was definitely not weak. But after 2 years of constant battles, High Heaven Sect's forces had suffered numerous losses and everyone who had managed to come back alive was injured. With such greatly reduced strength, how could they resist the combined forces of so many of Shadowed Star's masters? With no other choice, Yi Shiyun had taken High Heaven Sect's remaining members and retreated to the innermost depths of the flowing flame sand field. This happened 2 months ago. With Yi Shiyun and the others having retreated, these people naturally took over High Heaven Sect's headquarters. Although they were also worried that Yi Shiyun would launch a counterattack after she recovered, they were more afraid of Corpse Spirit Religion's army which had gathered outside the flowing flame sand field. Staying here, they knew they could at least survive, but if they were forced out of High Heaven Sect, only death awaited them. So, despite living on in shame, they still occupied prime locations inside High Heaven Sect headquarters and bided their time. That is the entire story. Old Black-Face Yen Pei finished his explanation and fell silent. His disciple, Ren Tianrui, known as Little Black-Face, opened his mouth at this point and added, "My treasure trove pavilion did not participate in this matter, and neither did many other great forces." Yang Kai glanced over at him and sneered. "Even if you didn't participate, you didn't try to stop it, did you?" Ren Tianrui's face turned pale, and he argued back weakly, "We warned Great Elder Yi in advance." "Ho! Then this sect master must properly thank you." Yang Kai stared at him indifferently. Being mocked by Yang Kai, Ren Tianrui opened his mouth to explain, but Yen Pei raised his hand to stop him. "There's no need to say anything more as this was indeed our wrong. Sect Master Yang. Rest assured, this old master will bring the people of Treasure Trove Pavilion and leave High Heaven Sect." Yang Kai took a deep look at him but did not say anything more, simply turning his head to Old Woman Feng and the others before snickering. "How great!" Great Elder Yi showed both righteousness and compassion, but ended up only saving a group of ungrateful wolves. This is simply the best. The Origin returning realm masters on the opposite side all wore guilty and embarrassed expressions. Their behavior was indeed shameful. The cultivators present were all leaders of great forces and possessed great combat strength. Although each of them was cunning like a fox and vicious as a wolf, their actions really were something they felt ashamed of. As such, when faced with Yang Kai's mockery, they could not refute. On top of that, they were afraid of arousing Yang Kai's anger and provoking him into massacring them. So everyone held their tongues. Old black-face Yang Pei stood to the side, and feeling the murderous intent coming from Yang Kai, his expression was extremely solemn, opening his mouth a few times to speak, but ultimately just sighing and choosing to remain silent. Who took the lead? Yang Kai shouted sharply, his eyes flashing with cold light as he scanned the crowd. Feeling this terrible anger, everyone involuntarily stepped back a few steps, and in the next moment, many eyes glanced towards Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain. Feeling these gazes, Old Woman Feng's face changed drastically as she glanced towards Yang Kai with dread. Yang Kai grinned back at her viciously. Old Woman Feng no longer dared to remain, and with a shout, her withered body suddenly burst out with incredible strength, and she turned into a stream of light that raced outwards. You want to leave now? Not with your life. Yang Kai coldly snorted before stretching out his hand towards the fleeing Old Woman Feng and clenching his fist. Old Woman Feng, who was already 1,000 meters away, suddenly felt the space around her solidify and saw innumerable tiny void cracks open around her, surrounding her like the sharpest of blades. Sect Master Yang, please wait. This old woman admits her wrongs and is willing to offer compensation. Old Woman Feng cried out. She did not dare to fight and could only push her Saint Chi to try to resist the suction force of the surrounding void cracks. Too late. Yang Kai remained unmoved and pushed his space force. The void cracks hummed as they seemingly transformed into real blades and sliced through Old Woman Feng. The next moment, the aura of Old Woman Feng, a third-order origin returning realm master from Myriad Beast Mountain, disappeared, and much of her figure was banished to the void. What was left of her body fell to the ground in the next breath, leaving behind an eye-catching pile of hashed meat and bone. Yang Kai next cast his gaze towards the others from Myriad Beast Mountain. These high-level executives from Myriad Beast Mountain who had come together with Old Woman Feng turned pale and showed looks filled with terror and apprehension. Some fell to their knees and begged for mercy, while others let out desperate shouts as they tried to flee like Old Woman Feng. Others realized that there would be no escape and stood their ground. Their faces were ashen, but they were still pushing their Saint Chi, preparing to fight back. Feng Yan only stood in place, her beautiful face filled with shock, as if she could not process what had just happened. Yang Xiaozhu and the others did not need to wait for Yang Kai's orders this time and shot forward, knowing what needed to be done. 10 breaths later, all the elders from Myriad Beast Mountain were wiped out, leaving only Feng Yan still standing stupidly in place. The surrounding blood and the tragic deaths of her martial uncles and aunts finally sobered up Feng Yan. Her tender body trembling, her thoughts in chaos. She actually chose the most unexpected action at that moment and shot towards Yang Kai while shouting, "I'll take you down!" Yang Kai stared at her blankly, showing no intention to stop her or even move. Lin Yu Rao, who was standing behind him, took a step forward and waved her hand lightly, sending out a flash of light from her fingertips. A moment later, Feng Yan's beautiful eyes instantly widened, and after rushing forward a few more meters, she came to a halt just 5 steps from Yang Kai as a thin red line of blood appeared around her neck. And so, Myriad Beast Mountain's final bloodline died, and this sect was completely removed from Shadowed Star. "You can't kill me!" A panicked shout suddenly came from the crowd. This old master is the top alchemist of Shadowed Star. He had made great contributions to the human race. "So you can't kill me." Yang Kai turned to the source of the voice and found it was Great Elder Li Jianming from Medicine Pill Sect. Li Jianming's complexion became pale after he witnessed Yang Kai's ruthless methods, and his spirit could not help collapsing somewhat. "It seems that this matter is also related to your Medicine Pill Sect?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and his figure flickered, arriving in front of Li Jianming in the next instant as he stretched out a hand to grab him. Although Li Jianming was the Great Elder of Medicine Pill Sect, he was only a first-order origin returning realm masters in the end. Having invested most of his life into the pursuit of alchemy, Li Jianming had no spare energy to pursue the martial Dao, resulting in his cultivation being quite low, and his combat experience being even lower. When Yang Kai reached out towards him, Li Jianming did not even try to dodge, and instead just continued to scream, "You can't kill me!" Yang Kai naturally did not pay him any mind and with a slap exploded his head. "Stop!" A shout rang out too late, only reaching Yang Kai's ears after Li Jianming's head exploded. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai saw several other senior members of Medicine Pill sect glaring at him. As soon as Yang Kai's cold gaze landed upon them though, the senior executives of Medicine Pill sect felt as if they had been thrown into a blizzard and could not help shivering. The leader of this group, another elder from Medicine Pill sect, was just about to continue objecting, but seeing Yang Kai staring at him like this, his jaw clenched up and he hesitantly said, "Sect Master Yang, we are willing to pledge allegiance to High Heaven Sect. All we ask in return is that Sect Master Yang show mercy to us." Everyone could not help showing a look of shock. Although Medicine Pill sect had only a few members even before the chaos, it had always been an arrogant and aloof sect. When Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect were in their heydays, they naturally had ideas about annexing Medicine Pill sect. They wanted to have these alchemists work solely for their sects, but Medicine Pill sect refused to compromise, so despite Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect's annoyance, they had no choice but to back down. Eventually, they formed a cooperative relationship with Medicine Pill sect, and in exchange for a massive amount of materials and resources, Medicine Pill sect would refine several pills for them. But now, these elders from Medicine Pill sect declared their willingness to submit to High Heaven sect. Although Great Elder Li Jianming was already dead, there were still 4 origin-grade low-rank alchemists in Medicine Pill sect. There were also more than a dozen Saint King-grade alchemists present, a treasure that any force would salivate over. Any great force that could control this many high-rank alchemists would surely see its strength grow rapidly in the future. Although the atmosphere here and Yang Kai's previous methods had caused great fear in everyone present, when the elder of Medicine Pill sect made this offer, the others present couldn't help looking at Yang Kai with some envy. "We are willing to submit to High Heaven sect. Please spare our lives, Sect Master Yang." Seeing that their leader had already compromised, how could the other elders dare resist? All of them immediately lowered their arrogant heads one after another, expressing their willingness to surrender. Yang Xiaozhu and the others raised their brows as they looked towards Yang Kai with slightly expectant expressions, as if they wanted to suggest that he agree to Medicine Pill sect's request. Yang Kai just snickered, however, and asked, "I just killed Li Jianming. Do you not hold a grudge against me?" The expressions of the people from Medicine Pill sect changed slightly, and the elder who spoke first took the initiative and spoke up. "Wise birds choose the best tree to roost in. We are simply making the best choice we can." "Ha ha!" Yang Kai laughed lightly before his face sank, and he commanded, "Kill them!" Everyone from Medicine Pill sect was stunned, and Yang Xiaozhu and the others were shocked. They did not think that Yang Kai would issue such a ruthless order. However, they also did not hesitate, rushed out, and executed his command. The elders from Medicine Pill sect shouted, "Sect Master Yang, this old master and his companions are origin-grade alchemists. You?" Before he could finish speaking, Chu Hani lopped off his head. The people from Medicine Pill sect did not have much fighting strength, so Yang Xiaozhu's trio didn't need to exert much effort to send them all to the next life. Unlike before though, there was some reluctance on their faces this time. These people were all alchemists capable of refining pills above Saint King grade. Never had they been willing to submit to any great force, but now they were just corpses gradually growing cold on High Heaven sect's main square. Yang Kai did not care in the slightest. If he were someone else, he might really have given these people a way out. After all, origin-grade alchemists were not easy to come across, especially in a place like Shadowed Star. Every alchemist above Saint King grade was a precious resource. However, Yang Kai himself was an Origin King grade alchemist, while Little Senior Sister's alchemy skills were even better than his. So how could he care about a few trivial Origin grade low-rank alchemists? Instead of wasting precious herbs on them, Yang Kai would rather kill them and do it himself. After dealing with the 2 primary culprits, Myriad Beast Mountain and Medicine Pill sect, the anger and murderous intent in Yang Kai's heart finally calmed down somewhat, and under the terrified and anxious gazes of the rest of the crowd, he declared, "You now have two choices. Submit or die." Everyone here was an origin-returning realm cultivator and represented a powerful combat force. While Yang Kai did have the ability to slaughter them all, considering his options, Yang Kai was more interested in subduing them. Corpse spirit religion was a disaster for all of Shadowed Star, and High Heaven Sect's original forces had suffered heavy casualties. So there was a lack of powerful masters who could be deployed in battle at this moment. These people were more useful alive than dead. Little Black Face Rentian had also said that many great forces did not participate in the persecution of Yi Shiyun and the others. Most of the great forces here probably just followed along with the flow of events. So, after killing those responsible, Yang Kai did not intend to punish the others ruthlessly. Presumably, the blood of Myriad Beast Mountain and Medicine Pill sect that he had spilt was enough to make these people understand their place. After Yang Kai spoke, the square fell silent once more. Everyone was exchanging glances, but compared to the anxious ones they were wearing just now, their expressions had eased greatly. They had been afraid that Yang Kai's murderous intentions would not be quelled until they were all dead, and with the strength he and Yang Xiaozhu's trio displayed, they knew they would not be able to resist. No one was stupid enough to question Yang Kai's overbearing command. Compared with his brutal tactics just now, being given a choice to submit was nothing less than a great benevolence, causing many to feel relieved but also somewhat complicated. After a short silence, however, someone stepped forward. It was a man who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. After walking up to Yang Kai, this man cupped his fists with a solemn expression. "This one is Extreme Path Sect's Sect Master Wang Taijin. I am willing to submit to High Heaven Sect and obey Sect Master Yang's dispatch in the future. My Flame Shield Union is willing to obey Sect Master Yang's commands. Extreme Martial Pavilion is willing." Within moments, more than a dozen sects of all sizes expressed their willingness and stepped forward to salute Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood in place. His attitude was neither warm nor cold, appearing quite unreadable. As time passed, more and more great forces submitted. In the face of absolute strength, if they still did not recognize reality, it was no different than courting death. These people had finally escaped to High Heaven Sect and found refuge, so how could they be willing to die here? Although Yang Kai's approach was a little overbearing and his attitude also made them somewhat uncomfortable. In the end, this was what they needed to do to survive. Colored Glass Sect is willing to join High Heaven Sect. From now on, there shall be no Colored Glass Sect on Shadowed Star. Please show kindness and accept us into your ranks, Sect Master Yang. A beautiful woman walked in front of Yang Kai, and her eyes flashed with a determined and sincere light. As soon as this statement came out, the masters who had expressed their allegiance just now all gawked towards the one who had spoken, disbelief covering their faces. Yang Kai also finally showed a look of interest upon noticing that he knew this woman. It was none other than the current sect master of Colored Glass Sect, Gong Ao Fu. Strictly speaking, she was Dai Yuan's honored master, but for some special reasons, Dai Yuan was not favored by Gong Ao Fu. On the contrary, In Su Dai was treated quite well by Gong Ao Fu, always accompanying her, and was cultivated vigorously. Even now, the beautiful In Su Dai stood beside Gong Ao Fu, even daringly casting a few gazes of admiration towards Yang Kai. With a slight grin on his face, Yang Kai stared at Gong Ao Fu deeply before slowly asking, "Does Sect Master Gong understand what she is saying?" Gong Ao Fu smiled lightly as she lifted her hand and brushed her long black hair back behind her ear and said lightly, "This mistress is not a child, so she understands. Sect Master Yang need not worry. This mistress can take full responsibility for her words." Submitting and joining had completely different meanings. The sects that had chosen to submit to Yang Kai would from now on have to obey his orders. But they would not truly belong to High Heaven Sect. They would retain their sect name and keep their statuses within it. One day, when they left High Heaven Sect, they would also return to their own headquarters and continue the operation of their sect. But Gong Ao Fu said she wished to join. Joining High Heaven Sect meant she would need to disband the current Colored Glass Sect. In other words, Colored Glass Sect's history would end with her generation. If Yang Kai was willing to accept them, they would become disciples of High Heaven sect. At that point, Yang Kai would be in full control of their destinies. In the future, they would never be able to leave High Heaven sect or revive Colored Glass sect without Yang Kai's consent. Leaving without permission would be the same as betraying the sect, an offense none could tolerate. This was an extremely bold decision. The Origin returning realm masters in the square were shocked, and their expressions fluctuated greatly. But soon, many showed looks of admiration. They naturally understood what Gong Ao Fu was thinking. Yang Kai had returned and displayed astonishing personal strength. On top of that, only High Heaven sect remained safe on Shadowed Star. Joining High Heaven sect at this time was undoubtedly the right choice, as they would undoubtedly receive much greater attention and care. But even understanding this, if they were really asked to give up their sect and join High Heaven sect instead, most would probably be unwilling. Cultivators always regarded their origin and its inheritance very seriously. All of them proudly wore their sect's emblems, which represented centuries, if not millennia of history and tradition. Even Yang Kai was no different in this regard. This was why when he established his own sect on Shadowed Star, he had named it High Heaven sect, not Nine Heavens Holy Land or Soaring Heaven sect. Although the latter two sects had close ties to him, and he was the master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, it was obvious how large his sentiments for High Heaven Pavilion were. In the end, High Heaven Pavilion was his original home, and he carried a special affection towards it, one that Nine Heavens Holy Land and Soaring Heaven sect could not replace. Gong Ao Fu taking the initiative to disband Colored Glass sect and join High Heaven sect showed that his beautiful woman had far greater vision than most people present, as well as firmer determination. If this were not the case, she would never have been able to make this decision, which ran counter to all of her ancestral teachings. Yang Kai looked at her directly, staring into her eyes, as if trying to see through to her heart. Gong Ao Fu did not attempt to evade his gaze, seemingly not feeling the slightest guilt or fear, just continuing to meet Yang Kai eyes with clear and limpid vision. Does Sect Master Yang disdain my Colored Glass sect sure for being too weak? Seeing that Yang Kai still hadn't responded after some time, Gong Ao Fu couldn't help feeling slightly anxious and said, Colored Glass sect has suffered disaster and has very few disciples left. Those who followed this mistress to High Heaven sect only number 50, but among them are 10 Origin Realm Masters, and the others have Saint King cultivations. Being able to escape with 50 people, not bad at all. Yang Kai casually complimented, but he still did not show any indication to accept or reject her. Gong Ao Fu couldn't help feeling a little awkward and continued. This mistress knows that there has been some unpleasantness between Colored Glass sect and Sect Master Yang before, but if Sect Master Yang is willing to forgive these transgressions and accept us, this mistress will swear an oath that even if she dies the cruelest of deaths, she will not betray Sect Master Yang's trust. A woman needed incredible determination to make such a pledge, as even most men would not have the courage to do so. Having made this pledge, Gong Ao Fu called out suddenly, Su Dai, kneel down and apologize to Sect Master Yang. I know some of your actions in the past have angered Sect Master Yang. Su Dai's tender body trembled when she heard this, and she immediately directed a miserable look towards Yang Kai, one that could elicit pity from even the hardest of hearts. However, she did not dare disobey Gong Ao Fu's command and really knelt in full view of this crowd before uttering in a weak voice, Su Dai was ignorant before and offended Sect Master Yang. Please do not take Su Dai's previous slights to heart, Sect Master Yang. She was now a First-Order Origin returning Realm Master, and if it were not for Gong Ao Fu's order, it would have been absolutely impossible for her to humiliate herself like this. Otherwise, once word of this spread, she would not be able to show her face in public in the future. Sect Master Yang, you? Gong Ao Fu looked at Yang Kai tentatively. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before narrowing his eyes towards Gong Ao Fu before speaking. I want to know where Dai Yuan is. Sect Master Gong should be clear about her whereabouts, no? Dai Yuan was one of Yang Kai's few friends on Shadowed Star, and although their friendship was not too deep, it was not shallow. However, since Yang Kai appeared here, he had been unable to sense any trace of Dai Yuan. Logically speaking, if Dai Yuan had managed to escape here to High Heaven sect, She should have appeared at this time. Yang Kai had not seen her yet though, annoying him somewhat and making him worried about whether something had happened to Dai Yuan. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Gong Ao Fu actually relaxed and said with a smile, "If Sect Master Yang is worried about the safety of this mistress disciple, this mistress can guarantee that she is currently well." "Why do you say so?" Dai Yuan followed Great Elder Yi to the innermost depths of the flowing flame sand field, so she is naturally safe now. Yang Kai's expression changed as he could not help feeling some surprise. Yang Kai could guess why Dai Yuan had chosen to follow Yi Shiyun into the deepest part of the flowing flame sand field. It must have been because she did not want to associate herself with the people in this square. So she had chosen to abandon her sect and side with Yi Shiyun without hesitation. Yang Kai was also certain he was a driving force behind this decision. If it were not for his friendship with Dai Yuan, she would never have taken such an action that could only be seen as a betrayal to her sect. Yang Kai could not help feeling moved. While he did not have many friends on Shadowed Star, each one of them was a true companion he could trust wholeheartedly. There was no need to question Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er's demeanors. To rescue Fei Ji too, they had willingly thrown themselves into a trap, ignoring the life or death risk involved. And what Dai Yuan had done here was tantamount to treason to her sect. "I wonder if Sect Master Yang is satisfied with this mistress' answer?" Gong Ao Fu asked, but her face was already full of smiles. She had seen through Yang Kai's thoughts, so she was no longer worried like before. Yang Kai laughed loudly, stretched out his hand to help In Su Dai up before nodding. Since Sect Master Gong has such intentions, it would be too unkind if this Sect Master still refuses. From now on, Colored Under Glass Sect's survivors will be my High Heaven Sect's disciples. Sharing weal and woe together, Gong Ao Fu obtained the answer she wanted and immediately cupped her fists. "Many thanks, Sect Master. This mistress greets Sect Master." She immediately changed how she addressed Yang Kai, narrowing the gap between them ever so slightly. "Disciple greets Sect Master." In Su Dai also elegantly bowed, her pretty face blushing slightly, revealing a shy but enchanting light. Yang Kai, however, knew her nature well and would not be deceived by this innocent act. This woman cultivated charm techniques, and it was an instinct for her to change her temperament to attract men's attention. She had not even tried to let go of Yang Kai's hand, instead holding on to him tighter, like she was smitten with him. Yang Kai's brow twitched slightly as he glanced at her deeply before withdrawing his hand silently. Turning his focus, he then announced, "Sect Master Gong has great strength, and since you have now joined my High Heaven Sect, you will take up the position of Elder. And the original disciples of Colored Glass Sect will also be under your command." Gong Ao Fu's delicate lips parted as a wave of emotion flashed across her beautiful eyes. After joining High Heaven Sect, not only were they not pushed aside or oppressed, Yang Kai was even willing to let the original disciples' Colored Glass Sect remain under her control while also granting her the status of an elder. Naturally, this greatly moved this beautiful woman. Also, if there is a chance in the future, and Elder Gong wishes to revive Colored Glass Sect, this sect master will not object. Yang Kai thought for a moment before throwing out another shocking commitment. This time, Gong Ao Fu's eyes became slightly moist as she bowed solemnly. "This mistress offers her sincerest thanks to Sect Master. From this day forward, this mistress will do her utmost to contribute to High Heaven Sect, so as not to disappoint Sect Master's expectations." She truly surrendered to Yang Kai this time. Originally, joining High Heaven Sect was just a stopgap measure to protect the last remnants of Colored Glass Sect, but it had already yielded such incredible returns. So how could Gong Ao Fu not feel immense gratitude? At this moment, the other sects present showed looks of regret. None of them had expected Yang Kai to be so generous, even allowing Colored Glass Sect to rebuild itself in the future. If they had known this, how could they have bothered debating such minor pros and cons in their hearts? They would have straight up asked to join High Heaven Sect as well. Unfortunately, it was now too late for regrets. Although Yang Kai apparently possessed a forgiving and amiable personality, he was clearly no fool. After they had already seen the treatment Colored Glass Sect received, how could he accept others coming up and wishing to join now? Many people wore bitter looks, But they quickly set such stray thoughts aside and moved forward to congratulate Gong Ao Fu. Gong Ao Fu was now considered an elder of High Heaven sect, so they needed to fawn upon her. Gong Ao Fu also seemed to be in a jubilant mood because of Yang Kai's words and responded to everyone who came up to her with a smile and appropriate words. After all, she had previously been a sect master herself, so dealing with these trivial pleasantries was not an issue for her. Yang Kai glanced around until his eyes finally fixed on Yen Pei. Yen Pei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, making it impossible for anyone to tell his thoughts from his expression. But seeing Yang Kai looking at him, he took the initiative to sigh and cup his fists. "Sect Master Yang, please take care. This old master will take his leave." Yang Kai chuckled. "Where does Senior Yen plan to go?" Yen Pei frowned as he replied, "I don't know, we'll just take one step at a time." The corpse spirit religion army was everywhere outside, and although Treasure Trove Pavilion was not weak, it naturally couldn't compete with the former. If this weren't the case, Yen Pei would not have brought his people here to seek refuge inside High Heaven sect. Now that he had to depart, he naturally felt the future was bleak. If Senior Yen does not object, he might as well remain here. Although my High Heaven sect has nothing extraordinary about it, it has more than enough land to accommodate the people of your Treasure Trove Pavilion. Yen Pei's body shook as his old black face glowed with a hint of excitement. Turning to Yang Kai gratefully, he lowered his head and said, "This old master is ashamed." When the masters from the various sects were making trouble for High Heaven sect previously, although the people from Treasure Trove Pavilion did not participate, they also did not stand up to stop them, only going so far as to warn Yi Shiyun in advance. Towards a benefactor who had saved their lives and given them asylum, this was undoubtedly ungrateful behavior. And now, Yang Kai was even willing to retain them, repaying ingratitude with mercy and making Yen Pei feel quite ashamed and embarrassed. He knew that there was not much friendship between Yang Kai and Treasure Trove Pavilion, only a few business dealings related to mutual interests. The reason why Yang Kai offered to let them remain was mainly because of Chen Tong's face. The personal relationship between Yen Pei and Chen Tong was quite good after all. Senior Yen is too serious. After this catastrophe passes, this Yang's High Heaven sect will no doubt receive help from Treasure Trove Pavilion regarding certain matters. When the time comes, I hope Senior Yen will not refuse. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Sect Master Yang need not worry about that. If High Heaven sect has a use for my Treasure Trove Pavilion in the future, it only needs to say the word. Yen Pei pledged solemnly. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction, thinking old black-face Yen Pei was someone who understood propriety. While his taking the initiative to offer shelter to Yen Pei was truly related to Chen Tong, Yang Kai's main reason for doing so was because Treasure Trove Pavilion could not be taken lightly. Perhaps their combat power was not worth mentioning in front of him. But Treasure Trove Pavilion had influence all across Shadowed Star and had developed many businesses and channels that High Heaven sect simply did not have. If High Heaven sect wanted to grow in the future, it would not be a bad idea to have such an ally. Moreover, the culprits who forced Yi Shiyun to withdraw from High Heaven sect had all been punished, so the flames of anger in Yang Kai's heart had been greatly extinguished. He was not interested in pursuing those who were left here for this crime. It would be a huge loss for Shadowed Star to kill all the people present. Instead of dying by his hand, it would be better to have them redeem themselves by fighting corpse spirit religion. For a time, the square actually became quite lively. However, 99% of the masters present were still acting cautiously towards Yang Kai, lest they upset him accidentally. Only Gong Ao Fu and the former members of Colored Glass sect who had officially joined High Heaven sect wore a more natural expression. Yang Kai had not returned to High Heaven sect for a long time, so he was quite concerned about the sect's affairs. He was also very concerned about Yi Shiyun and the others, so he did not waste any more time than necessary chatting with these people. After sending them back to their respective residences, he summoned out the rest of the people aboard the starship. Yang Kai did not need to issue any orders to these people as Yang Xiuzhu and the others were more than capable of organizing themselves. Yang Kai then hurried towards the 6th layer of the flowing flame sand field. To Yang Kai's surprise, however, before he could even leave High Heaven sect's perimeter, he saw a large cluster of lights flying towards him. At the head of this group, Yang Kai felt a familiar aura that belonged to Yi Shiyun. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but soon understood. Although he had only appeared in the square a short time ago, he had raised quite a ruckus. So it wasn't a surprise that Yi Shiyun had noticed and brought the original High Heaven sect members out from the 6th layer. Since they were returning on their own, Yang Kai simply stood in place and waited. A moment later, a group of more than 200 people, led by Yi Shiyun, landed not far in front of Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could even examine Yi Shiyun's condition, he heard Great Elder Yi ask, "Finished processing everything?" Yang Kai was startled for a moment but soon laughed. "Great Elder has such faith in me?" Yi Shiyun replied indifferently, "You are the sect master. Who else can this queen have faith in?" Yang Kai sighed and nodded. "It has been handled." Yi Shiyun turned in the direction of the square and asked lightly, "The smell of blood is quite strong. Did many die?" Yang Kai snickered. "Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect, and Floating Mist Palace have been wiped out." Yi Shiyun did not react much, but the people behind her all showed uplifted looks, knowing they had obtained justice. It was these 3 forces which had incited the others to begin with, leading to those many masters opposing High Heaven sect and forcing Yi Shiyun to withdraw. "Sect Master!" Changqi suddenly walked out from behind and saluted Yang Kai. "Please understand, Sect Master, Great Elder had us withdraw from the headquarters not because we weren't those thieves' opponents, but because Great Elder was worried about the weaker disciples of the sect. Our High Heaven sect's numbers are still quite thin, so we cannot afford to lose anyone." "I know." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Changqi was taken aback but soon retreated without saying anything more. Yang Kai originally thought that the reason Yi Shiyun had retreated to the depths of the flowing flame sandfield was that they were greatly outnumbered, and after seeing this group and their current states, he immediately confirmed his speculations. Although the number of people in front of him was far smaller than when he left High Heaven sect, and almost all of them had suffered varying degrees of injuries, Yi Shiyun did not seem to be greatly affected. With her means, even if Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect, and Floating Mist Palace tried, how could they have possibly driven her away? The reason she took the initiative to retreat was simply to take care of the others from the sect. She may have been able to defeat 10 opponents by herself, but the others could not, especially the former disciples of the Haiku family who were the first to follow Yang Kai. These disciples were currently all Saint Kings at best. If Yi Shiyun had not withdrawn, all these lower disciples would have died without complete corpses. In other words, if Yi Shiyun had chosen to fight to the bitter end, High Heaven sect would certainly have suffered immensely, while at least half of the people back at the square would have also died. Since Sect Master understands, this queen won't bother explaining anything more. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly, her expression as indifferent as ever. "How are Great Elder's injuries? I heard on the way back that you fought against 2 masters from Corpse Spirit Religion and suffered severe wounds. I truly was not their opponent in a 2-on-1, but my condition now is stable. After another month or so I should be fully recovered." "That's good. The sect will soon be receiving a great many people, so I will need Great Elder to help properly arrange them." Yi Shiyun glanced over at Yang Kai and snorted. "You seem quite happy you can sit back and remain idle." Yang Kai laughed loudly. "This is not my strong point. Moreover, I have been away from the sect for nearly 8 years now, so I really don't understand its current situation. Forget it. When the time comes, I'll make the necessary arrangements." Yi Shiyun waved her hand and accepted. The group of 200 or so then quickly returned to the sect's headquarters. When Yang Kai led out the 10,000 people from the 3 clans from the sealed world bead, even the always composed Yi Shiyun could not help changing countenance slightly. Although she had been informed by Yang Kai that he had brought a large number of people to High Heaven sect, she had not expected for there to be this many. Fortunately, these people were all brought back by Yang Kai from his homeland, so there was no need to worry about issues of loyalty. In other words, in terms of the number of people alone, today's High Heaven sect had completely eclipsed any great force on Shadowed Star. Of course, this was with the exception of Corpse Spirit Religion. Now, more and more people were submitting to Corpse Spirit Religion, and almost half Shadowed Star had fallen into its clutches. With 10,000 people from the 3 clans, arranging them was definitely a problem. However, Xianxia was not worried about this problem at all. After summoning the top masters from the three clans, Yi Shiyun asked them about their respective requirements before quickly assigning them to various peaks. There were ready-made palaces and buildings on each of these peaks, so the human, monster, and demon race clansmen only needed to clean them up a bit before moving in. As for the original disciples of High Heaven Sect, they all went back to their original residences. In just one day, Yi Shiyun had processed these matters to an acceptable degree. High Heaven Sect had absorbed nearly 10,000 new recruits all at once, so it was conceivable that it would truly become the greatest sect on Shadowed Star at some point in the future. After this new blood was injected into High Heaven Sect, the utilization rate of the 81 peaks increased to a little less than 1/5, which meant most of the peaks still remained unoccupied. The other masters from the outside sects who had come here to seek refuge could only stare at these peaks with envy, helpless to do anything about it. Most of them had offended High Heaven Sect, so although Xianxia showed no intent to pursue their crimes, they still had to live cautiously, lest they irritate him and suddenly be expelled. Over the next few days, Xianxia spent some time patrolling and inspecting the various peaks to make sure the three clans were settling in properly. The results of his investigation satisfied him greatly. No one from the three clans showed any dissatisfaction. Compared with Tongshen Realm, Shadowed Star was simply a cultivated paradise, not to mention that High Heaven Sect occupied the best location on Shadowed Star. After the situation in the sect settled down, Xianxia began to deal with other matters. The first priority was naturally to heal Yi Shiyun and the others. Among the original members of High Heaven Sect, Yi Shiyun was not the only one injured. In fact, a vast majority of the origin-returning realm masters of the sect were suffering from wounds. These wounds were left behind from the battles with corpse spirit religion. The wounds themselves had traces of corpse chi in them, making them difficult to heal. The insidious corpse chi was not only corrosive, but also had the effect of hindering Saint Chi circulation. It required a targeted type of detoxification pill to cleanse. Before the corpse chi was purged from their wounds, it would be impossible to fully recover. Until now, these masters had used their powerful cultivations to suppress this corpse chi, then slowly used their Saint Chi to expel it from their bodies, but this process was a long and arduous one. After Xianxia returned, this situation changed dramatically. Working together with Xianxia, Xianxia refined a special pill to detoxify the corpse chi. After taking a single pill, the corpse chi was rapidly dissolved. Without the corpse chi hindering their recovery, it wasn't difficult for the High Heaven Sect masters to heal themselves with their powerful cultivations, especially since Xianxia provided them with a large number of high-grade healing pills to use as auxiliaries. As such, within 10 days or so, the problems which had plagued High Heaven Sect's masters for months were solved and its high-end combat power was completely restored. During the most recent incident, because of Yi Shiyun's quick decisions, there was no loss of personnel from High Heaven Sect. In addition, she took away all of High Heaven Sect's most precious treasures before she had withdrawn from the sect, including the red candle fruit piece, the 10,000-year incense, and the 9-branched jade crystal tree. Basically, High Heaven Sect's headquarters had not suffered any losses besides being occupied by outsiders for a time. After Yi Shiyun returned, the red candle fruit, 10,000-year incense, and 9-branched jade crystal tree were returned to their original places. The former was the key to refining a special origin king pill, while the latter two provided massive boosts to those who were trying to break through. All these treasures had unimaginable value to the entire sect. And so, High Heaven Sect had completely settled down 10 days later. Inside the main hall, Xianxia had summoned all High Heaven Sect's elders. No one knew what he was going to do, but they had all gathered promptly. To start the meeting, Xianxia didn't mention anything of great importance, simply expressing his gratitude to all of the elders for their silent contributions over the years, and also saying how he was looking forward to the bright future of High Heaven Sect. Only after some time had passed did Xianxia suddenly smile mysteriously and say, "During my expedition, I obtained some good things for everyone. Although these things may not be able to play a decisive role on Shadowed Star, it will still allow all of you to comprehend some of the mysteries of the Origin King realm. I believe that as long as you accumulate enough strength, you will only need to escape from the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles in the future before breaking through to the Origin King realm. When these words fell, the entire hall went silent as everyone stared dumbfounded towards Xianxia, somewhat unable to digest this fantastical news. Even Yi Shiyun was stunned and gave a curious look towards Xianxia, wondering what he was talking about. The Origin King realm had always been an unreachable legend on Shadowed Star, with even a master like Yi Shiyun unable to take that final step. Although she chose to remain on Shadowed Star instead of accompanying Xianxia in his most recent journey, that did not mean she had no desire towards this realm. On the contrary, her desire to reach the Origin King realm was stronger than anyone else's because she already possessed the qualifications to break through, her sure having long ago reached the grand accomplishment stage. The reason she chose to stay behind was simply that she wanted to protect Yang Yen, fearing that some accident might have happened if no one remained behind to command the sect. Hearing Xianxia's words, she naturally was extremely interested. Sect Master, what kind of treasure has such amazing effects? Gong Ao Fu asked with a smile. Although she had only just become an elder of High Heaven sect, she quickly integrated herself and had managed to win the approval of most of the others in less than half a month with her steadfast personality and upright character. As such, she had some say in such discussions. Everyone looked towards Xianxia curiously, waiting expectantly for him to answer. This. Xianxia did not keep them in suspense and quickly took out a dull crystal from his space ring. As soon as this crystal appeared, a gentle yet profound aura filled the hall, causing all of the Origin returning realm masters present to wear looks of shock, bewilderment, and curiosity. Although they couldn't quite grasp what this power was, they could tell it was some kind of deeper, more profound form of Sure. Domain Stone. Yang Xiaozhu's eyes flashed as he quickly revealed the origins of this crystal. Chu Han-yi and Lin Yu Rao also recognized this treasure and exclaimed together with pleasant surprise adorning their faces. What is a domain stone? Yi Shiyun frowned slightly. Of everyone present, her cultivation was the strongest, so she realized how deep and profound the energy pulsing from this crystal was. She had only felt it briefly, but could already sense her soul being cleansed, so it was easy for her to imagine what kind of benefits she could obtain if she cultivated with this crystal for an extended period. Xianxia simply smiled and motioned to Yang Xiaozhu to explain. Yang Xiaozhu did not refuse and immediately explained the origins and purpose of this domain stone. When they heard that this thing was actually condensed from the domains of fallen Origin King Realm Masters, the eyes of everyone in the hall lit up brightly. When next they heard that one could comprehend the mysteries of domain by refining this domain stone, every elder in the hall began breathing heavily, staring towards the domain stone in Xianxia's hands unblinkingly, as if they were a pack of feral beasts who had just found a luscious feast. Everyone's eyes flashed with naked desire. Domain stones are a unique product formed in the blood prison on Green Mountain Star. Every piece is invaluable. Although this Yang also entered to explore the blood prison, he was not fortunate enough to obtain such a treasure. Elder Lin, on the other hand, managed to harvest a single piece. Yang Xiaozhu looked at Lin Yu Rao with envy. Lin Yu Rao smiled and took out a domain stone from her space ring so that everyone could see. Chu Hanyi wore a blank but clearly envious look as well. When the three of them journeyed deeper into the blood prison, they had gone their separate ways, and although they did not encounter any calamities thanks to their tyrannical cultivations, they also did not gain many benefits. On the contrary, Qian Tong had managed to take a step further and after leaving the blood prison broke through to the Origin King realm. If they had enough domain stones, they could unscrupulously consume them to comprehend the mysteries of domain. It was nothing short of the greatest treasure a peak Origin returning realm master could obtain. Elder Lin's luck is truly amazing, Chang Chi sighed. However, Chang Chi, Howen, Ning Xiangchun, Huang Wan and many of the others present did not have the same feelings of envy as Yang Xiaozhu and the other peak-level masters as they had only reached the first-order Origin returning realm. Even if they obtained a domain stone, it would not be of much use to them with their current cultivation. At most, they would be able to use a domain stone to help them comprehend the mysteries of Sure. After all, domain was the evolved form of Sure, so studying the mysteries of a domain stone would naturally be helpful to one's Sure cultivation. That being said, domain stones still held an undeniable attraction to any Origin returning realm master. After Yi Shiyun fell silent for a time, she suddenly declared, "Sect Master, if it is convenient, this queen wants 10 domain stones." Gasps sounded throughout the hall as Yang Xiuzhu and the others turned their heads to look at Yi Shiyun in confusion. Others may not know the preciousness of domain stones, but Yang Xiuzhu and the others who had joined Yang Kai did. All three of them had participated in the blood prison trial, but only Lin Yu Rao managed to obtain a single piece. Now, however, Yi Shiyun actually asked for 10 all at once. This was more than just asking for the lion's share. It was also completely incompatible with Great Elder's normal style. Was this really the always benevolent and generous Great Elder? Why did she suddenly seem no different from a marketplace thief? Yang Xiuzhu and the others could not help feeling dazed. Yi Shiyun just snorted lightly. Do you think Sect Master only had this one piece? With Sect Master's personality, if he did not have many in his possession, how could he make such a big show of it here? He's not the type that likes to show off his wealth to others. Hearing this, Yang Xiuzhu and the other elders suddenly understood and immediately turned scorching eyes filled with hope and expectation towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter as he shook his head and said, "Great Elder truly understands people's hearts. It seems I cannot hide anything from you. Sect Master." Yang Xiuzhu gulped audibly, his lips feeling slightly dry. "Indeed, I did gain a lot of domain stones during the blood prison trial. And many." Yang Kai didn't try to hide anything as he smiled at everyone. "How many? Is many?" Chu Han-yi asked with a trembling voice. "Enough for each of you to have 10. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "See." Yang Xiuzhu and the others drew sharp breaths as they stared at Yang Kai in admiration. There were not many people in the hall, only about 15 in total, including Gong Aofu and Dai Yuan who had recently joined High Heaven Sect. Gong Aofu knew that Yang Kai did not like Yin Su Dai and instead cared deeply about Dai Yuan. So she had recently started bringing Dai Yuan to accompany her instead of Yin Su Dai, who seemed to have fallen into a bit of disfavor. It seems that this queen underestimated Sect Master's capabilities. I should have asked for more." Yi Shiyun frowned slightly, her expression a little annoyed. Yang Kai simply laughed loudly. "If Great Elder wants more, I can naturally satisfy her. But with Great Elder's cultivation and comprehension of sure, I think that 2 or 3 would be more than enough. Any more and you would have no use for them. Even if this queen cannot use them, she can keep them for others," Yi Shiyun said lightly. "But forget it. 10 it is." Yang Kai did not say anything more, simply waving his hand and sending 10 domain stones over to Yi Shiyun. Without even moving, Yi Shiyun's space ring flashed, and the domain stones were pocketed by her. She truly displayed the skill and composure of a true master. "Sect Master." Yang Xiuzhu blushed slightly as he rubbed his hands and stared at Yang Kai eagerly. He was not the kind of person to flatter others, maintaining his upright and honest personality from his many years of cultivation on Star Emperor Mountain even after entering High Heaven Sect, but he was determined not to lag behind anyone else this time. Third Order Origin returning Realm Masters valued domain stones far more than others, and although Yang Xiuzhu had failed to break through to the Origin King Realm this time, he was fully confident he could successfully advance the next time he left Shadowed Star as long as he had enough domain stones to use. What's more, High Heaven Sect could launch long-distance voyages, so he firmly believed that Yang Kai would take them away from Shadowed Star again in the future. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han-yi and Lin Yu Rao got 10 domain stones each as they wished. All of them believed that with so many domain stones, they would be able to comprehend the mysteries of domain. Coupled with their experiences in the blood prison trial, their chances of breaking through to the Origin King Realm would not be small when they left Shadowed Star next time. The others in the hall were also given different numbers of domain stones according to their cultivation. Yang Kai gave 5 to each Second Order Origin Realm, and 3 to each First Order. As long as they could make good use of the gentle energy in these domain stones, it wouldn't be a problem for them to condense their sure to the grand accomplishment stage. It was not that Yang Kai was being stingy or was unwilling to give them more, it was just that giving them more would be pointless. Although domain stones were consumable resources, they were very different from Saint Crystals as they could each be used for an extended time. The domain stones given out by Yang Kai would be sufficient for their use for quite a while. After distributing these domain stones, Yang Kai took out a large number of artifacts with different appearances and superior grades from his space ring. These artifacts were all trophies Yang Kai obtained from his exploits, most of which he had taken from the monster race masters he had killed from Monster Emperor Star. All the artifacts he took out were origin grade, with no lack of those at the high rank. With these artifacts, Yang Kai believed that the strength of everyone present would greatly improve, and their chances of survival in the coming battle with corpse spirit religion would also increase. As for how to distribute these things, Yang Kai did not need to consider it, simply handing everything over to Yi Shiyun to process. There were also all kinds of pills and auxiliary resources. Yang Kai's space ring was a veritable treasure trove, and everything he took out shocked and moved the people in the hall. After finishing this, Yang Kai brought Xianxia and Su Yan back to First Heavenly Palace. Since establishing High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai had been living in First Heavenly Palace, and although the area of this palace was not too large, it was not small either, with many different rooms and courtyards available to use. In the past, only Yang Kai lived here, but now Su Yan and Xianxia would naturally be accompanying him. Although High Heaven Sect was perfectly safe and there was no need to worry about any kind of danger befalling them, Yang Kai still hoped to improve the strength of his dearest people. There was no need to worry about Su Yan, as she now possessed the power of the Ice Phoenix Source as well as Profound Frost. With her third-order origin returning realm cultivation, no one on Shadowed Star could be her opponent unless Qian Tong personally made a move. And naturally, Qian Tong attacking Su Yan was impossible. Xianxia had just recently broken through to the second-order origin returning realm. Since becoming the Star Master of Tongxian Realm, her cultivation speed had become even faster than before. Over the years, she had immersed herself in alchemy, and with her special constitution, her strength would continue to increase even if she did not deliberately cultivate. However, second-order origin returning realm was still too weak in the end. Yang Kai took out a deep green-colored artifact armor and a wheel-shaped artifact before handing both to Xianxia. Little senior sister, find some time to refine these two things. I believe they will be very helpful to you. This artifact armor is quite beautiful. Xianxia did not pay any attention to the wheel-shaped artifact at first, and instead became engrossed with the green artifact armor. Yang Kai chuckled. Although I don't know the specific grade of this artifact armor, it is definitely Origin King grade. With it, few people in this world will be able to break your defenses. Xianxia was not very proficient in combat, so this defensive artifact armor was undoubtedly best suited for her. Where did junior brother obtain this from? Isn't it quite precious? Xianxia held it and looked it over a few times, seemingly quite fond of it. It doesn't matter whether it's precious or not. The important thing is whether it can protect you for me. Xianxia looked up at Yang Kai and smiled with a satisfied expression. This artifact armor was something he obtained in the Blood Prison. When Yang Kai retrieved Mad Crocodile Monster King's Origin Essence Crystal, he had also obtained his space ring along with its contents. Mad Crocodile Monster King was a peak third-order Origin King before he died, so how could the items in his space ring possibly be ordinary? It was not an exaggeration to say that most of the artifacts and pills that Yang Kai had distributed in the hall earlier came from Mad Crocodile Monster King's space ring. Compared with this Origin King grade artifact armor, however, the rest of the wealth in that space ring was not worth mentioning. Of course, this wealth was not anything to scoff at either and would be enough to support the current High Heaven Sect for a few years at the very least. Take this one too. Yang Kai pressed the wheel-shaped artifact into her hands again. This wheel-like artifact was also an Origin King grade artifact and originally belonged to Heaven Battling Union, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. When Yang Kai fought with Heaven Battling Union Master Chu Zhang and killed him, this Sun and Moon Golden Wheel was the greatest trophy he obtained, and he had been holding on to it since then. As long as little senior sister refined these two Origin King grade artifacts, she would no longer need to fear any enemy below the Origin King realm. Xianxia did not raise any objections and obediently accepted the green artifact armor and Sun and Moon Golden Wheel from Yang Kai, casting a quick, nervous glance over towards Su Yan, who had been sitting nearby. Little senior sister quickly arrived in front of Yang Kai and kissed him on the cheek before scampering away like a frightened rabbit. She moved extremely fast, as if running away after doing something shameful. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said meaningfully, "Ning Chong has become far more courageous. It must be your bad influence." Yang Kai could only let out a burst of hollow laughter. He had nothing to give to Su Yan now as back in Iceheart Valley. He had given her the most important Ice Phoenix Empress inheritance. At the same time, Yang Kai had given her the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal. With the assistance of the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal, Su Yan's cultivation speed had greatly increased, and with Profound Frost, there was no point in giving her additional outside boosts. Yang Kai suddenly remembered Shan Qing Luo, about how he had separated from her in the Blood Prison and given her 200 Domain Stone as well as the Origin King Great Thunder Fire 7 Birds Whip. He could not help wondering how that enchantress was doing now and whether her cultivation was going well. Yang Kai then thought about Yang Yen. "Senior sister, please cultivate first. I'll be going out for a bit." Yang Kai suddenly got up. Su Yan nodded lightly, took out the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal, sat cross-legged in front of it, held a domain stone in her palm, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate. Yang Kai left First Heavenly Palace and flew straight towards the center of the flowing flame sand field. Although he had learned from Yi Shiyun that Yang Yen was still in a state of deep sleep, her condition not having changed all these years, Yang Kai still wanted to see her with his own eyes. On Shadowed Star, Yang Yen was no doubt his closest friend, and if there had been no accidents, that friendship would likely have lasted a lifetime. However, the events surrounding Yang Yan's life were much too grand for that to happen now, and it was impossible to say exactly who she would be after she truly awoke. Even Yang Kai was uncertain about the future. The original 6th layer of the flowing flame sand field was not large, only a dozen kilometers or so in diameter. Holding a Star Emperor token in his hand, Yang Kai easily crossed the 5th layer flame area and reached the small bamboo forest. Yang Kai then landed and walked through the bamboo forest to the small loft at its center. The flowing flame sand field's 6th layer had always been a restricted area of High Heaven sect. Previously, only Great Elder Yi Shiyun could set foot here, with no one else being allowed to enter. It was only after the upheaval in the sect headquarters that Yi Shiyun had no other choice but to bring the others to the 6th layer, finally allowing the rest of High Heaven sect to learn of the existence of this place. However, the central loft was still off-limits to everyone. Yang Kai was the only exception. Crossing the bamboo forest, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of the loft, and after sweeping it with his divine sense, he went straight inside and ascended to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was quite sparse, only having a simple wooden bed and nothing else. On the wooden bed was a black-robed woman with a slender waist and a stunning figure. It was Yang Yen, whom Yang Kai had not seen for many years. She did not appear physically different from his memories, but her temperament was somewhat different. When Yang Kai approached to look, he felt a sense of oppression coming from her. Yang Yen. Even in a deep sleep, a frightening aura radiated from her figure. It was as if just looking at her was blasphemy towards an immortal fairy. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before his face suddenly changed. His vision clouded and Yang Yan's face unexpectedly began to blur, making it impossible for Yang Kai to see her clearly. It was as if she had somehow become ethereal and illusory at this moment. His own divine sense was also dragged into an abyss by an invisible force, spiraling down and out of his control. Yang Kai hastily bit the tip of his tongue and gave a small shout, the pain which allowed his soul to break free from this whirlpool and his vision to refocus. A cold sweat leaked out and began soaking his clothes. Emperor pressure. Truly frightening. Yang Kai muttered in lingering fear. Even in an unconscious state, the emperor pressure emanating from Yang Yen was able to warp Yang Kai's divine sense, making him wonder just what would happen once she awoke. However, he had only come here to check in on Yang Yen. After all, he had not seen her for many years. When he was still quite weak, Yang Yen had helped him immensely. Without Yang Yen, there would have been no Dragon Cave Mountain or High Heaven sect. Yang Kai was incredibly grateful to her. Understanding that Yang Yen was fine, just sleeping still, Yang Kai nodded lightly and was about to turn around and leave. However, at that moment, he noticed Yang Yan's fingers move ever so slightly, causing his body to shake as he froze in place and stared towards the wooden bed breathlessly. An invisible force emerged from Yang Yan's body, and like the giant maw of a beast engulfed Yang Kai, not giving him any time to react or resist. Immediately afterwards, a flash of light blinded Yang Kai's eyes, and he found himself in a familiar-looking environment. A sea of flames rolled down below, containing terrifying energy that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. In the sky, there were various balls of multicolored light inside of which different scenes flashed by at such rapid speed that even Yang Kai was unable to see them clearly. This is... Yang Kai frowned, looked around, and quickly understood what exactly this place was. A knowledge sea? Yang Kai exclaimed. Yes, this is my knowledge sea. A voice came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Yang Yan sitting cross-legged in the void, forming a series of strange seals with her hands, her face extremely solemn as various halos of light flashed around her, giving her an almost sacred aura. She looked at him with a smile, no different from the Yang Yan in his memory. Is it you or her? Yang Kai frowned, uncertain of the answer. Yang Yan pursed her lips. Is there a difference? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. It might not make a difference to you, but it does to me. I don't want to be killed after angering the Starry Sky Great Emperor. I am the Starry Sky Great Emperor. Yang Yan snorted. Good. Seems like it's still you. Yang Kai relaxed. As long as it wasn't the legendary Great Emperor he was talking to, there wouldn't be any problem. Having made this determination, he then asked, Did you need something from me? Not really. Yang Yan shook her head slowly. I just felt your aura and decided to bring you here. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Even he felt that he was no longer a weak junior. His strength had grown rapidly over the years, and he was now invincible below the Origin King realm. Even if it was against an ordinary First-Order Origin King, Yang Kai was confident he could fight back. But compared to Yang Yan, he was still nothing but an ant she could squash at will. Yang Kai could not help feeling depressed. Seemingly aware of what he was thinking, Yang Yan just giggled. You don't have to belittle yourself. To be honest, I have never met anyone with such rapid cultivation as you. Even in that place, you would be considered a peak genius. All you lack is the tempering of time. As long as you have enough time, you will be able to stand at the same height as me one day. Are you trying to comfort me? Yang Kai glanced at her, frowned and asked, Where is that place you mentioned? Yang Yan laughed lightly without answering, appearing mysterious. Seeing that she did not have any intention to explain, Yang Kai waved his hand. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask. Yang Yan gently nodded before her expression suddenly became serious. Although I have been sleeping, fusing my embodiment and soul, I am not completely ignorant of the outside world. I have felt that something big has happened to Shadowed Star in recent years, and just 2 months ago Yi Shiyun even brought a number of people here. What happened? Is High Heaven Sect all right? High Heaven Sect is fine, but Shadowed Star is in great trouble. Yang Kai sighed and flew over to Yang Yan before sitting down cross-legged and telling her about corpse spirit religion's rise. Yang Yan listened attentively, and after Yang Kai was finished, she nodded lightly. It turns out that there was a suppressed underworld wellspring under Grand Burial Valley. This really is partially our fault then. If we had not taken that sun's true essence away, that underworld wellspring would never have reappeared. And that's why I am troubled over this. If it was something else, I wouldn't care, as it did not involve High Heaven Sect. No matter what kind of chaos is raised outside, it has no way to affect High Heaven Sect's headquarters. But in the end, this is related to me, so I cannot just feign uninvolvement. Yang Kai sighed. Yang Yan agreed with Yang Kai's point of view and after thinking for a moment asked, Can you go confront that corpse spirit religion master? Are you interested in him? Yang Kai frowned. It's not interest per se, it's just that I feel his methods of creating corpse spirits, and the methods he's using to control corpse spirit religion are quite similar to someone else I know. Who? Yang Kai was surprised. He called himself the Corpse Emperor, and he also controlled a race back then called the Corpse Spirit Race, which is why I asked. Corpse Emperor. Yang Kai drew a sharp breath, his expression fluctuating as he asked, Is he on the same level as you? Yang Yen was the Starry Sky Great Emperor, and since this guy dared to call himself the Corpse Emperor, he was obviously a cultivator of the same rank as Yang Yen. Yang Yen nodded gently. Yang Kai's complexion instantly became extremely ugly. Yang Yen saw this and smiled. You don't need to be so anxious, the Corpse Emperor can't come here, so there's no way that Religion Master is the Corpse Emperor. Instead, I suspect he is only somewhat connected to the Corpse Emperor. Perhaps that one old acquaintance of mine, as that fellow was also acquainted with the Corpse Emperor. Their friendship was quite good, so it wouldn't be a surprise for him to know how to transform corpses. Yang Kai grit his teeth as he stared at Yang Yen. Even if that person is not the Corpse Emperor, since he is your old acquaintance, he is not someone I can face. Wouldn't rushing to confront him be courting death? Of course. I'm not going to send you out there just to die. Yang Yen glared at Yang Kai angrily. If that person is really who I suspect he is, his strength will definitely not reach the Origin King realm. At most, he will be a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator now. Shadowed Star has its own world principles, so as long as he is stuck here, it is basically impossible for him to have broken through. Yang Kai's expression instantly cleared up. If this mysterious Religion Master was truly just a third-order Origin realm cultivator, then there was nothing to be afraid of. However, what kind of story does that old acquaintance of yours possess that causes you such concern? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Yang Yen went silent for a while before explaining. You should know that the reason my true body fell into a long slumber was that it was severely injured in a great battle, forcing me to retreat to the Emperor Garden to recover. That old acquaintance is the one who injured me. Yang Kai had to try extremely hard to maintain his composure as he asked, Didn't you say that in that battle that person died? Yang Kai also had some knowledge of these long-past events. The reason why the Starry Sky Great Emperor had fallen into a deep slumber was that the damage to her body was too great while her enemy had been exterminated. But now, Yang Yen mentioned that her enemy might still be alive. Yang Kai could not help feeling anxious. Anyone who could harm Yang Yen was undoubtedly like her and the Corpse Emperor, a master on an incredible level. I destroyed his body and crushed his soul, but that guy's methods of escaping are first class. Perhaps he found a way for a portion of his soul to escape without me noticing. However, you can rest assured that his situation is quite different from mine. I was injured heavily, but as long as I had enough time and resources, I would be able to recover while his body was completely destroyed. So even if he wants to return to his peak, it won't be that simple, especially on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai frowned and nodded. If that's the case, I can go look for him now, but even if it is like you said, and that Corpse Spirit Religion Master is your old enemy, what do you plan to do about him? Yang Yen shook her head. Not me, you. If that Corpse Spirit Religion Master is really him, you must kill him in the shortest time possible, otherwise, the entire star field will suffer greatly once he manages to restore himself to a certain degree. You are the Starry Sky Great Emperor. Can't you just wave your hand and consign him to oblivion? Yang Kai looked at Yang Yen with a somewhat frustrated look. Yang Yen shook her head. I can't act temporarily. Yang Kai suddenly felt like cursing, but after holding his tongue for a long time, he nodded fiercely and said, Fine. I'll go confront him. Be careful. He is extremely cruel and specializes in controlling others to do his bidding. He rarely shows up in person, so if you find an opportunity, make sure you go for the kill. I know, Yang Kai answered casually. Then return. Yang Yen waved her hand, and in the next moment, Yang Kai felt a repulsive force coming from the knowledge sea around him. When he came back to his senses, Yang Kai found that he was still standing at the edge of the wooden bed, while Yang Yan's eyes were still closed tightly, sleeping in front of him. Turning around, Yang Kai strode out of the loft. Although he had promised Yang Yen to go confront the mysterious Religion Master as soon as possible, considering how secretive the other party was acting, even keeping the white-robed corpse General Yang Kai had killed in the dark about his true cultivation and face, finding and killing him would undoubtedly be a very difficult task. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not intend to act alone. After returning to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai immediately sent someone to send a message to Qian Tong. Now, Qian Tong was the undisputed strongest master on Shadowed Star with his Origin King realm cultivation. so he would be able to play a critical role in this upcoming action. Shadow Moon Hall should have stabilized by now, and if they wanted to solve the problems of Shadowed Star once and for all, eradicating corpse spirit religion was an absolute necessity. Qian Tong should be more than willing to join hands with him to deal with the mysterious religion master. Shadow Moon Hall was quite far from High Heaven Sect though, so even if Qian Tong were to come, it would take at least a month for him to arrive. As such, Yang Kai decided to wait patiently while improving his strength. In Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai used the Star Emperor token to fight Luo Hai, breaking through his own shackles and reaching the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, only one step away from the Origin King Realm. On the way back, his cultivation had continued to consolidate and grow, gradually approaching the limits of his current realm, while his Sure had reached the grand accomplishment stage. Also, thanks to the numerous domain stones in his possession and his experiences inside the Blood Prison Trial, Yang Kai also had a decent understanding of domain. In other words, if not for the current conditions not permitting it, Yang Kai could already begin breaking through to the Origin King Realm. However, he was not in such a hurry. His Third Order Origin Returning Realm cultivation was the foundation upon which he would strive for the Origin King Realm, so the more he consolidated and strengthened it, the easier it would be for him to form his domain after breaking through. Yang Kai intended to wait until after corpse spirit religion had been dealt with before leaving Shadowed Star again to break through, as well as deal with several outstanding issues he had in mind. These few issues were crucial to improving his strength as well as his understanding of the mysteries of the star field. Time passed day by day, with nothing of great surprise happening in High Heaven Sect. Almost everyone was immersed in cultivation. Everyone understood that such peaceful days would not last long. Once the time was ripe, Yang Kai would launch a grand campaign against corpse spirit religion. At that time, even if they wanted to cultivate, they would have no time. It was for this reason that the masters of High Heaven Sect cherished the current calm and used every moment of it to increase their strength. The stronger they were, the better they could preserve their lives and the more enemies they could kill in the war to come. 1 month later, Qian Tong rushed to High Heaven Sect and was immediately welcomed into the headquarters by the High Heaven Sect disciple posted outside. Ever since Yang Kai beheaded white-robed corpse General Kong Fei Rao, the corpse spirit religion army that was besieging High Heaven Sect had scattered. Now, High Heaven Sect had finally restored its connection with the outside world and begun gathering intelligence from all around the star. As a result, Qian Tong's journey had gone without any incident. After informing Qian Tong of his plan, Qian Tong immediately agreed. Qian Tong also understood the principle of defeating one general to warn 1,000 soldiers. Corpse spirit religion had been growing like a plague these past 2 years, expanding with ever-increasing speed. The number of masters transformed into corpse spirit race clansmen and human race cultivators who had chosen to submit was simply countless. It was too difficult to kill all these people outright, so the better option was to decapitate corpse spirit religion's leadership by killing the mysterious religion master. After Qian Tong assumed command of Shadow Moon Hall again, he had also been making investigations into corpse spirit religion, and all the signs pointed to Grand Burial Valley being the root of everything. There was no doubt it was the place where corpse spirit religion rose from. Originally, he was still considering whether he should go to Grand Burial Valley to investigate the situation, but now that he received confirmation from Yang Kai, he had no reason to hesitate. Immediately, he and Yang Kai set off from High Heaven Sect and rushed to Grand Burial Valley. This time, Yang Kai did not bring anyone else, only traveling together with Qian Tong. He even had Su Yen remain behind in High Heaven Sect. Qian Tong was already an Origin King Realm Master, so his speed was naturally incredibly fast, but although Yang Kai's cultivation was not as high, his speed was actually noticeably faster because of his Tao of Space. Less than 10 days later, the pair arrived outside Grand Burial Valley. When Yang Kai and Yang Yen came here last time, the yin qi which pervaded Grand Burial Valley was quite thick and could make any cultivator who entered feel uncomfortable, but it was still tolerable. Now, when Yang Kai and Qian Tong arrived here and looked down from the sky, they could not help frowning. Below, a thick haze enveloped all Grand Burial Valley, cloaking it in a veil so thick it was impossible to see through. This thick mist was clearly comprised of rich, frigid yin qi and poisonous corpse qi. If a living person entered this place without sufficient strength, It would not be long before the omnipresent corpse qi invaded their body and transformed them into a member of the corpse spirit race. Under the perception of their divine senses, Yang Kai and Qian Tong noticed many dense corpse qi auras moving about. Obviously, these were corpse spirit race clansmen. Just scanning the periphery revealed at least 1,000 corpse spirits. So it wasn't hard to imagine just how many of them were hidden deeper inside Grand Burial Valley. Let's split up. Yang Kai, if you meet that corpse spirit religion master, remember to send word to this old master immediately. This old master will go in first and thin these foul creatures out a bit. Qian Tong exhorted before immediately turning into a stream of light and smashing down into Grand Burial Valley, kicking up a terrifying storm of wind and thunder wherever he went. Even the rich corpse qi which covered Grand Burial Valley was being dispersed by Qian Tong. Qian Tong released his domain and controlled all the wind within a 10-kilometer range around himself, pulling in the corpse spirits nearby and shredding them to pieces. He did not intend to hide his whereabouts, simply charging about openly. Yang Kai smiled slightly but didn't care too much. With Qian Tong's current strength, no one on Shadowed Star was his opponent, so he was more than qualified to act this boldly. And by doing so, Qian Tong was able to draw all the attention of corpse spirit religion, creating an opportunity for Yang Kai to infiltrate and search this place more easily. This was the plan they had agreed upon on the way here. After only a brief moment, the 1,000 or so corpse spirits Yang Kai and Qian Tong had initially sensed were wiped out. And Origin King's methods could not be underestimated. Qian Tong was not content to just stop here though, and immediately flew deeper into the valley, drawing in more corpse spirits and slaughtering them before they even knew what was happening. Just as Qian Tong aggressively attacked and drew corpse spirit religion's attention, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. Following his memories from the last time he was here, Yang Kai swiftly proceeded towards the deepest depths of Grand Burial Valley. The origin of corpse spirit religion was no doubt the underworld wellspring in the lowest depths of the corpse cave. This was the foundation upon which corpse spirit religion was built, so Yang Kai made it his first destination. If he could destroy this underworld wellspring, corpse spirit religion would become a rootless tree, a river without a source. When that happened, it would be a simple matter to eradicate it. Otherwise, if the underworld wellspring was allowed to remain, no matter how many corpse spirits were killed, they could always create more. Rumblings sounded in the distance as unfamiliar voices constantly cried out. Naturally, these were the voices of the corpse spirit religion masters Qian Tong was fighting. Although he wasn't able to observe this scene, Yang Kai knew that Qian Tong's was engaging in a one-sided slaughter, forcing the corpse spirit race to retreat in defeat again and again. Only half a day later, Yang Kai reached the entrance of the corpse cave. Along the way, Yang Kai ran into some corpse spirits, but these were all weaklings who could not impede him in any way. Yang Kai was able to kill all of them without even slowing his pace. The entrance to the corpse cave had not changed and was not even hidden. Originally, it was hidden behind a powerful spirit array, but after Yang Yen cracked it last time, it no longer played any role. From the mouth of the corpse cave, a thick corpse qi continued billowing out. The concentration and danger of the corpse qi in this location was far greater than anywhere else in Grand Burial Valley. Standing firm, Yang Kai released his divine sense to probe the situation slightly before diving in. The corpse cave was as dark and damp as Yang Kai remembered, and a brief investigation revealed that many stone chambers now had traces of corpse spirit activities. However, the chaos Qian Tong was stirring up outside was too great, so most of the corpse spirits inside were either rushing out or had already left to provide support to their besieged allies. After Yang Kai entered, he immediately hid inside a nearby stone chamber to avoid a wave of corpse spirit race reinforcements. His task right now was to find the whereabouts of the mysterious religion master, so he did not want to expose his presence prematurely. The corpse spirit race clansmen passed by without noticing anything. After they left, Yang Kai walked out and scanned his surroundings. This stone chamber was pitch black, with no source of light, but that did not hinder Yang Kai's observation. With just a glance, Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. He discovered that there were many complete corpses stored in this chamber, and each of them was being wrapped in a rich corpse qi like a chrysalis. With the constant injection of corpse qi, These corpses were slowly undergoing some subtle changes, obviously transforming into members of the corpse spirit race. There were some corpses here that had already become more of a corpse spirit race than a human. As long as they could completely absorb the chrysalis-like corpse chi outside their bodies, they would definitely become a part of the corpse spirit race. So, this is how they transform. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had speculated that this was the method corpse spirit race members were created since corpse spirits couldn't emerge from thin air. First, a suitable body was required, and the source of these bodies was the cultivators from great forces corpse spirit religion had conquered. These corpses were brought back to the corpse cave, where the rich corpse chi was used to transform them into members of the corpse spirit race. However, it appeared that this process was not perfect. Yang Kai found some semi-finished products without the slightest aura in this stone room as well, undoubtedly the results of previous failures. The strength of a successfully transformed corpse spirit also seemed to be correlated to their cultivation before they died. The higher the cultivation a master possessed in life, the higher their initial strength would be after the transformation. This was no doubt why the corpse spirit race clansman named Fang Feng Qi wanted Fei Jitu's body in Heavenly Fate City. After all, Fei Jitu was one of Shadowed Star's strongest masters. The corpses stored in this stone chamber did not possess high cultivation, all of them below the Saint King realm with most being saints. There were also some transcendent and immortal Ascension boundary cultivators mixed in. These corpse spirits were undoubtedly meant to be used as pawns in corpse spirit religion's army, their only true advantage being superior numbers. However, in this corpse cave, there were countless similar stone chambers, and if Yang Kai's guess wasn't wrong, the further down he went, the stronger the corpses would become. Remaining silent, Yang Kai continued diving deeper. Soon, he found that his guess was correct. The further down he went, the higher the cultivation of those corpses during their lifetime became, gradually changing from mostly saints and saint kings to origin realm masters. Of course, the total number of such corpses also grew smaller. Yang Kai even saw a completely transformed corpse spirit race man clawing his way out of his chrysalis. It seemed he had just been reborn. This corpse spirit race man turned to the sky and roared, a putrid aura pulsing wildly from his body, as two fangs extended out of the corners of his mouth and white needle-like hairs jetting out from his skin. Having just finished his transformation, he obviously did not know how to control his power. Yang Kai continued deeper without alerting any of the corpse spirits here, gradually reaching the position where he obtained the sun's true essence that day. This was originally the treasury of the ancient Yang sect and had a total of 3 rooms. The innermost room was where the sun's true essence and 10,000-year ice jade pedestal had been placed. Standing outside the treasury, Yang Kai frowned suddenly as he turned his gaze towards the inner depths for a moment before grinning lightly and striding inside. The first and second rooms had corpse spirits lined up on either side, each of them possessing origin realm cultivation. But when Yang Kai walked in, none of them attacked immediately, instead just glaring at him fiercely. Watching Yang Kai, these corpse spirit masters hissing threateningly as he walked inside, only moving to block the entrance after he had passed through. Yang Kai went straight to the third room of the treasury. The third room had changed quite a lot. This place was now decorated magnificently and luxuriously, with many fist-sized light stones inlaid on the surrounding walls, exuding a soft light, making it seem like a magnificent palace. At the very center of this palace, there was a pool about 3 meters in radius inside of which a kind of yellow water was constantly tumbling and bubbling. Yang Kai's eyes fixed on this pool for a moment before he concluded that this was the legendary underworld wellspring. The yellow water in this pool was naturally not water but the embodiment of pure nether energy. This kind of energy had no positive effect on living creatures, it was extremely harmful in fact, but it was of great use to the corpse spirit race. Yang Kai even felt some slight space force fluctuations coming from this underworld wellspring. He had some speculations about what this meant, but he could not be too sure. Shaking his head slightly, Yang Kai looked up towards a figure sitting on a throne up ahead. The figure sitting on the chair was wearing ordinary clothes, but his entire image was being distorted by a strange energy barrier. Even when Yang Kai used his divine sense, he was unable to see this individual's true face. However, Yang Kai felt that the other party was somehow familiar, as if he had met him somewhere before. This discovery made Yang Kai frown. If his guess was right, this person should be the mysterious religion master of corpse spirit religion. But Yang Kai was unable to feel the slightest bit of corpse chi from him. In other words, he was not a member of the corpse spirit race at all. It might indeed be as Yang Yan had told him. This guy was the one she had fought against all those millennia ago and was skilled in the methods of creating corpse spirits as well as controlling them, allowing him to occupy such a position of power. While Yang Kai was pondering these issues, the seated man suddenly laughed and spoke in an approving tone. To think you really found this place, your courage isn't small. Hearing the voice of this person, Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he stared straight at the blurred figure, as if trying to see through this haze and to his true face. The other party did not even try to remain hidden though, slowly retracting the field around him and revealing a handsome face. Lu Yi, Yang Kai called out in surprise. It turned out to be Flowing Cloud Valley's young master Lu Yi, the one who had tried to kill him multiple times before. The first time Yang Kai confronted him was during the opening of the Flowing Flame Sand Field. When Yang Kai tried to obtain the red candle stalk, Lu Yi had suddenly appeared and attempted to kill him. Yang Kai fought back and even managed to cut off one of his arms, but Lu Yi had still managed to escape. Later, Lu Yi had used the Xie family to attack him once more during the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, instigating and controlling Xieli and others to attack Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai didn't even know why Lu Yi had such strong animosity towards him. In the past, Yang Kai had thought Lu Yi merely held some kind of unreasonable grudge against him, but now, many thoughts connected suddenly, and Yang Kai arrived at a bold conjecture. Perhaps I shouldn't call you Lu Yi after all. You only seized that body for yourself. Yang Kai's lips curled upwards into a confident grin. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, apparently not expecting his secret to be revealed here. Staring at Yang Kai with some surprise, he nodded. You are correct. This king has apparently looked down on you. Is figuring that out really that difficult? Yang Kai chuckled lightly. The first time I met you was inside that pool of soul-cleaning divine water in the Flowing Flame Sand Field. I obtained an origin essence crystal from that pond if I recall, and after that you never stopped targeting me. I assume that origin essence crystal was yours. Yes. Lu Ye's originally handsome and serene expression suddenly twisted into a hideous one, with blue veins popping up all over his forehead as he shouted. That's right. That origin essence crystal was this king's. Where did you put it? Why can't this king sense its aura? That incident was a nightmare that continued to haunt Lu Yi. If it weren't for Yang Kai taking away his origin essence crystal, he would only have needed to integrate his own origin essence crystal after he seized this body, and at least half of his original strength would have instantly been restored. Even if he was still suppressed by Shadowed Star's world principles and unable to break through to the Origin King realm on the spot, becoming the strongest Origin Realm Master on Shadowed Star would have been a given. After that, he would only need to find a place to retreat for a few dozen years, and restoring his original cultivation would not have been a dream. By then, the entire star field would bend to his will. But everything had been ruined by Yang Kai. He could not sense the existence of his own origin essence crystal, let alone retrieve it, the crystallization and essence of his previous cultivation. Without that, wanting to restore his previous strength with the innate aptitude of Lu Ye's body was more difficult than trying to ascend to the heavens. After so many years, he had only barely been able to reach the third-order origin returning realm, an unbearable reality for him. Sorry, I already absorbed that thing. Yang Kai smiled and pointed his finger at his head. Impossible! Lu Yi denied vehemently, looking at Yang Kai as contemptuously as if he were an ant and sneering. With your strength, there is no way you could have refined this king's origin essence crystal. The soul which had seized Lu Ye's body was on the same level as the Starry Sky Great Emperor before his death, so the origin essence crystal he left behind was naturally of extremely high grade. Even if an Origin King Masters absorbed it, the slightest rashness would have led to their soul being extinguished. Yang Kai only had a Saint King cultivation at that time, so how could he have possibly absorbed it? Lu Yi obviously would not believe such nonsense. He only thought that Yang Kai was lying and had hidden his origin essence crystal by some special means, making it impossible for him to sense it. Believe what you want. Yang Kai shrugged nonchalantly, certainly not willing to give a full explanation to Lu Yi. In the end, it was the soul-warming lotus which had refined the origin essence crystal, having next to nothing to do with Yang Kai. In fact, it was not until recently that Yang Kai even realized that crystal back then was an origin essence crystal. Enough nonsense, you've barged into my home uninvited today, so don't think you can just walk away. As long as this king seizes you, he will naturally be able to retrieve his origin essence crystal. Lu Yi coldly snorted as the aura around his body filled with malevolence. Yang Kai just laughed loudly. You are at death's door, yet you're still shamelessly boasting. Hearing this, and seeing Yang Kai's expression, Lu Yi could not help frowning slightly. The next moment, the entire corpse cave suddenly shook violently, and an extremely powerful aura descended through it. This aura immediately surrounded Lu Yi, immobilizing him with an ugly expression on his face. Hong long long. The ground split apart suddenly and a hole opened up in the palace above where Yang Kai and Lu Yi were located, a figure leaping down and sending a palm towards Lu Yi in the next instant. Lu Yi's complexion changed drastically as he madly pushed his shirt to try to free himself. But in front of this palm, everything he tried was futile. His shirt easily shattered by this palm. Lu Yi only had enough time to let out one last roar before his body was ground into a pool of blood and flesh. Qian Tong landed in the next instant, a slightly suspicious look on his face as he glanced over at Yang Kai. Yang Kai also wore a stunned expression. The two of them obviously hadn't expected that Lu Yi would be patted to death like this. That was Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master? Qian Tong asked in astonishment. Yang Kai nodded. And it was him. This old master overestimated him. Qian Tong snorted coldly. Although he hadn't put this religion master in his eyes from the beginning, he also hadn't thought the other party would be killed so easily, making Qian Tong feel like he had just punched cotton when he was expecting steel. Yang Kai did not make a sound, however, as he still felt something was off. He felt that Lu Yi couldn't die so easily. After all, this was a master that had even escaped from Yang Yan without her knowledge. Even if Qian Tong was now an origin king, how could he compare to Lu Yi in terms of methods and cunning? Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense and began scanning the surrounding area. Under his divine sense perception, the situation of the entire Grand Burial Valley could be understood in an instant. Suddenly, he noticed that a vague aura fleeing outwards at an incredible speed. This aura was extremely well concealed, and if he had not been suspicious and deliberately searching for something similar, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to find it. What's more, this escaping aura had traces of space force fluctuations emanating from it. Elder Qian, Yang Kai shouted before suddenly waving his hand through the air and tearing open a void crack. Qian Tong frowned slightly, but although he did not understand why Yang Kai had done this, he chose to believe in him and without even asking anything follow Yang Kai into the void crack. Outside Grand Burial Valley, a corpse general wearing black robes sat in a meditative position, adjusting his breathing. He seemed to have been sitting here for a long time without moving. Suddenly, the black-robed corpse general trembled and his aura rapidly rose to the peak third-order origin returning realm. Not much worse than Yi Shiyun. Slowly opening his eyes, a look of shock and hatred flashed across his pupils as he gritted his teeth and cursed. An origin king! How could there be an origin king here? Old dog. This king will remember you. This king will make you pay 10 times over for this. You won't have that chance. A familiar voice suddenly called out from behind. The black-robed corpse general was shocked and hurriedly turned around just in time to see a void crack open and Yang Kai and Qian Tong step out. The corpse general was shocked but roared and tried to escape without even pausing to think. Where do you think you're going? Qian Tong shouted angrily, expanding his domain rapidly to engulf the black-robed corpse general. Yang Kai did not act, instead choosing to carefully observe the corpse general while pushing his divine sense to its limit. The black-robed corpse general was a familiar figure to Yang Kai, one he had seen before together with the white-robed corpse general Kong Fei Rao, most likely his fellow sect brother. However, at this moment, he had clearly been possessed by Lu Ye's soul. becoming a completely different person. Although this corpse general had a peak origin returning realm cultivation, he was still nothing in front of Qian Tong. The moment the black-robed corpse general's body was ground to dust and his soul extinguished, Yang Kai noticed a hidden aura leap across space and travel several hundred kilometers away. This was obviously the aura of Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master. If it were not for Yang Kai being proficient in the Tao of space, it would have been impossible for him to notice this flickering aura. After Qian Tong killed the black-robed corpse general, he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not say a word and simply tore space again. The next moment the pair appeared a few hundred kilometers away. Just after emerging from the void crack, Yang Kai and Qian Tong saw a corpse general wearing azure robes fleeing with all haste. Without waiting for Qian Tong to do anything, Yang Kai summoned more than a dozen golden blood threads, condensed them to form a golden arrow, and shot it out at astonishing speed, penetrating a hole in the belly of this corpse general and shattering his corpse core. The golden blood threads turned around and flew back in the next instant. But Yang Kai didn't show the slightest trace of joy on his face after killing this powerful foe. Instead, a gloomy frown filled his brow as he tore space for a third time. 5 days later, Yang Kai and Qian Tong stood above a fresh corpse in front of them with truly ugly expressions. This corpse did not belong to the corpse spirit race, but instead was a human cultivator. This person's cultivation was not that high either, only first-order origin returning realm. But this was the 27th body the mysterious religion master had seized. It seemed that he did not suffer any damage to his soul when he seized another host and could continue this process infinitely. This was completely contrary to the understanding that Yang Kai had. When the physical body of a powerful master was destroyed, if that master's soul survived somehow, it could attempt to find a suitable body and seize it, but soul seizing was a very dangerous process. It was highly likely that in the process the foreign soul would be defeated and swallowed up by the person they target. As a result, even if a soul seizing was successful, it would consume a massive amount of spiritual energy. It was essentially impossible for someone to attempt to seize a second host in short order. However, the mysterious religion master had completely broken this rule. In just 5 days he had seized 27 different hosts, and although Yang Kai was able to follow his trail and catch up to him each time he did, even if he and Qian Tong killed this new host, the religion master would simply move on to a new body. After 5 days of pursuit, having still failed to kill the religion master, Yang Kai and Qian Tong both realized how difficult an opponent they were facing. However, their efforts were not completely in vain. Over time, they discovered that the religion master could not simply seize anyone's body, only those he had implanted with a 10,000 poison evil insect. Yang Kai had contacted these 10,000 poison evil insects before. The Xie family's Xieli was controlled by a 10,000 poison evil insect when he attacked Dragon Cave Mountain, ultimately leading to him self-destructing in an attempt to kill Yang Kai. This strange insect was a unique secret technique of the religion master. Once a 10,000 poison evil insect was implanted into someone, that individual would have no choice but to obey the religion master's orders. Clearly, he relied on this method to enslave unwilling subordinates, and now it seemed like they could also be used to perform soul seizing in an emergency. As long as there was a 10,000 poison evil insect host within a certain distance, his soul could instantly reach its location, regardless of the limitations of space, and seize it for himself. In addition to this knowledge, Yang Kai and Qian Tong also noticed that the religion master was choosing weaker and weaker hosts to seize as time went by. In the beginning, the bodies he possessed were all third-order origin returning realm masters or peak-level corpse generals, but after 2 days, he was forced to choose second-order origin realm cultivations, and now he could only seize first orders. Apparently, his soul-seizing technique was not without flaws, possibly even dealing some damage to his soul the more he used it. Even the religion master could not avoid such backlash entirely. Nevertheless, Yang Kai and Qian Tong were exhausted from being run around in circles. Next, we cannot possibly do this forever. This old master does not believe he will be able to escape. Qian Tong had a stomach full of grievances. He was now an origin king, the undisputed strongest on Shadowed Star, but just as he had reached the proudest moment in his life, he was unable to slaughter this religion master, making him very angry. Of course, Qian Tong was unaware that the religion master was a master who had reached far beyond the Origin King realm. "Have you found him yet?" Qian Tong turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. After a few days of pursuit, Qian Tong also understood the strangeness of the religion master's methods. In fact, if not for Yang Kai being here to track him, Qian Tong knew that he would not be able to kill this enemy to the last. He was simply unable to trace the religion master's soul when it escaped. Yang Kai closed his eyes to scan their surroundings. A moment later, his eyes shot open and he slashed his hand through the air to open a void crack. In a dense jungle, a handsome but evil-looking young man fled hastily. This man seemed to only be around 30 years old and his body radiated the aura of a first-order Origin realm master. However, his expression was quite disheveled and his eyes flashed with a bloodshot light. As he fled, he did his best to conceal his aura while sweeping his surroundings with his divine sense. There did not seem to be any signs of movement within 30 kilometers. But this young man did not relax his vigilance because of this. On the contrary, he continued to flee as if something terrifying was chasing him. His face was filled with cruel, unforgettable hatred and rage. He was a famous character even in that place, with few daring to provoke him. But since arriving in this tiny star field and falling onto this cultivation star, his fortunes had only grown worse and worse for 10,000 years. First, his body was vaporized by Yang Yen, then he had to spend 10,000 years just to recover. But now, just as he awoke once more, he found himself being hunted down by a mere third-order Origin returning realm trash. In his heyday, he could rip such an opponent into 10,000 pieces with a simple glance. But now he had no choice but to flee. The young man felt grief and anger, like a tiger being taunted by a dog after it left the mountain, or a dragon being toyed with by a shrimp in a shallow pond, making his blood boil and his breathing difficult. His soul-escaping technique was unparalleled, and even an Origin King would not be able to discover any trace of it. But that damned brat named Yang Kai just so happened to cultivate the Tao of space. If not for this, how could he have possibly been forced into such a desperate situation? The Tao of space was an esoteric field even in that place, with very few able to cultivate it. Even smashing his head on a rock couldn't help him understand how there was someone in such a backwards place who had reached such a high level of comprehension in the Tao of space that they could tear it and instantly cross thousands of kilometers. Just as he was grumbling to himself, gnashing his teeth, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in front of him. The young man's face immediately turned grim and pale. This situation had occurred several dozen times now, so he was no stranger to it, and he knew what was about to happen. "Boy, you've forced my hand." The young man's eyes filled with sullenness, as if he had just made some kind of important decision, stopping in place and waiting quietly. The strange fluctuations became more and more obvious, and soon, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared, one filled with a swirling, chaotic nothingness. Two figures immediately emerged from this tear in space, with Qian Tong at the lead and Yang Kai following close behind. As soon as Qian Tong appeared, a powerful divine sense immediately locked onto the position of the handsome young man. Without even speaking any words, Qian Tong expanded his domain and engulfed the young man, wrapping him in a field of wind blades that crashed towards him. The cultivation of this young man was not high, only first-order Origin returning realm. So Qian Tong didn't even need to make a conscious attack, as his domain was enough to strangle him to death. The young man, however, let out a fierce laugh as he shouted, "Humble ants, bear the supreme anger of this king." As these words fell, he opened his mouth and spat out a verdant-colored aura. This dark green aura twisted before condensing into a long sword emblazoned with complicated runes that made one dizzy just by staring at them. This green long sword immediately and silently slashed through the air. A shocking scene then appeared as Qian Tong's domain was directly smashed by this sword, shattering to pieces instantly. At the same time, both Qian Tong and Yang Kai's complexions changed dramatically. In their vision, the verdant long sword mysteriously vanished and broke through their soul defenses before directly entering their knowledge seas. Transforming back into the appearance of a sword, it slashed down like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, Both Yang Kai and Qian Tong felt their knowledge seas cut in half by this attack, raising a great storm in their minds. The strength of their spiritual energy was instantly ground down. Yang Kai and Qian Tong felt they had instantly lost more than a third of their spiritual energy. Both of them cried out as their heads felt like they were being split in half, their vision blurring and almost passing out. Both their complexions went pale as they had not expected their opponent to still have such a powerful card to play, hurriedly pushing their Saint Chi to defend themselves in anticipation of a follow-up attack. After the young man released this attack, however, his face also turned white and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He was about to take advantage of this opening to cut down Yang Kai and Qian Tong, but in the end, he was strong in will but weak in strength. Fiercely cursing, the young man's body suddenly exploded into dust and disappeared. However, as it did, a soul rushed out and wrapped around the green long sword before cutting open a void crack and fleeing into it. Yang Kai stared in the direction this soul fled, doing his best to try to track it, but a strange field had somehow blocked off the surrounding region, making it impossible for him to follow it. Feeling the fierce, piercing pain in his head again, Yang Kai could not help crying out and quickly took out a jade bottle. Pouring out several pills, he gave half to Qian Tong before stuffing the remainder into his mouth, sitting down cross-legged and meditating. Upon seeing this, Qian Tong quickly stuffed these pills into his mouth and also closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. After a full day, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, a trace of fear still lingering in the depths of his eyes. He had the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, so even though his soul was damaged, it did not matter much as given enough time it would be restored. On the contrary, Qian Tong seemed to have suffered significant damage. Even though he was an origin king, having suffered a blow like this, he would need at least half a year to heal himself. As if sensing Yang Kai's gaze, Qian Tong also opened his eyes, his face slightly pale, and paused for a moment before asking, "Did he get away?" Yang Kai nodded silently. Qian Tong sighed heavily. A terrible opponent indeed. This old master thought he was already invincible on Shadowed Star after breaking through to the Origin King realm, but now I have suffered such a big loss at his hands. And there are so many astonishing talents out there still. What kind of artifact was that? Why was it so powerful? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying. It was probably an Emperor artifact. Emperor artifact? Qian Tong frowned before checking their surroundings thoughtfully and nodding. That makes sense. There is indeed a faint Emperor pressure lingering here, but why does it feel like this Emperor pressure is different from the one emitted by the Emperor Garden? Yang Kai glanced at him as he mused to himself that there was more than one great Emperor-level existence in this world. But he held his tongue. It was this faint Emperor pressure which had blocked Yang Kai's tracing, allowing the Religion Master to escape. After losing track of the Religion Master and considering the methods he used, finding him now would be quite difficult. This time's action could not be considered a success, but within a short time, the Religion Master should not be able to show himself. After all, he had also suffered heavy losses. The last attack he launched with that Emperor artifact no doubt caused significant backlash for him. Otherwise, he would not have waited so long to use it. Qian Tong obviously knew this, so he did not bother asking Yang Kai to continue this pursuit. After thinking about it for a moment, he proposed, "Although we let him escape, corpse spirit religion still needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. We should first return to Grand Burial Valley and destroy that corpse cave." When this old master passed through it, he felt many corpse spirits sleeping inside. "And I was thinking the same." Yang Kai agreed with him. After a brief discussion, the pair set off immediately in the direction of Grand Burial Valley. 3 days later, the two returned to Grand Burial Valley. The corpse spirits inside the valley had suffered serious losses thanks to Qian Tong's earlier rampage, but they had not been completely wiped out. However, the remaining corpse spirits had seemingly escaped, leaving behind only the ones who had yet to fully transform inside the corpse cave. Before Qian Tong destroyed the corpse cave, Yang Kai once again returned to the underworld wellspring to see if there was any way he could destroy it. This was the true source of the corpse spirit race, so as long as it could be destroyed, the corpse spirit race would no longer be able to increase their numbers, leaving only the remnants outside to clean up before Shadowed Star would once again have its peace restored. However, to his disappointment, Xianxia found it was impossible to destroy the underworld wellspring. It seemed this spring was connected to another world out of which death, and corpse chi flowed continuously. Rumor had it that the underworld wellspring connected to the netherworld. The only way to destroy the bridge would be to enter it and sever the connection from the inside. Xianxia didn't dare take such a risk though and could only take a step back, joining forces with Qian Tong to temporarily seal the underworld wellspring before collapsing the corpse cave, killing the incomplete corpse spirits inside in the process. 10 days later, Xianxia and Qian Tong returned to High Heaven Sect. After briefly informing Yi Shiyun and the other leaders about what had transpired, even Great Elder Yi was shocked, not having imagined there was such a strong method that allowed one continuously use soul seizing in this world. The rest of the elders also sighed. Sect Master. Does that mean this religion master is immortal? Yi Shiyun frowned. That's not the case. Although his seizing technique is profound and hard to be traced, it does some damage to him. This is obvious considering the targets he chose to possess. However, finding him again after he escaped this time will be exceedingly difficult. Xianxia sighed. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly. Although the religion master was not beheaded this time, it is enough that the underworld wellspring has been sealed. Presumably, the corpse spirit race will not be able to increase their numbers again. So it is time for us to begin our counterattack. Xianxia glanced at her and smiled slightly. What does Great Elder propose? Take advantage of the victory, Yi Shiyun quickly said. Shadowed Star's situation has been deteriorating over the past 2 years was because the corpse spirit race were a completely unfamiliar foe, and they had the means to transform our own fallen into their comrades. Another reason is that the great forces of Shadowed Star all fought separately, allowing them to be defeated one by one. Now, however, things are different. With Sect Master's return, along with our Origin King Grade Starship and Elder Chin's breakthrough to the Origin King realm, as long as you two stand up to take the lead, with the reputations and status of High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall, it should not be hard to unify Shadowed Star against the corpse spirit races. This old master has no objections. Shadowed Star is this old master's homeland, so he is duty-bound to protect it, Qian Tong said immediately. Yi Shiyun turned her sights to Xianxia next. I'm also fine with it, Xianxia chuckled. Great Elder and Elder Qian can take charge. The sect's resources and manpower are yours to deploy. I'll contribute whatever I can. Since Sect Master wants to loaf around, so be it. We'll proceed as proposed. Yi Shiyun was a decisive woman and immediately made her decision. Next came discussions about how exactly to go about uniting the remaining masters on Shadowed Star, how to establish a command structure which would be respected, and how to eliminate corpse spirit religion. In fact, things were quite simple. The prestige of High Heaven Sect was not low, and coupled with Qian Tong's current identity as an Origin King, all that needed to be done was for the latter to raise his voice and others would surely rally. With these two forces taking the lead, coupled with the Origin King Grade Starship, it would not be a difficult matter to gather up and rescue the masters and sects who were besieged by corpse spirit religion. As time passed, like a rolling snowball, they would be able to sweep across all of Shadowed Star and wipe out corpse spirit religion. Yi Shiyun also prepared people to spread the word to all of Shadowed Star that the mysterious religion master of corpse spirit religion had been killed by Xianxia and Qian Tong. Although this news was false, no one would doubt it, and right now, the religion master only wanted to conceal his whereabouts, so there was no chance of him showing himself to discredit them. This news would greatly impact the morale of the corpse spirit race and the human cultivators who had submitted to corpse spirit religion, making eliminating them all the easier. Xianxia did not participate in these discussions and instead went to visit Yang Yan again. It seems he really was the insect emperor. Inside Yang Yan's knowledge sea, Xianxia sat face to face with her and wore a thoughtful look on his face. The 10,000 poison evil insect is one of the ancient insects he cultivated using a profound secret technique, and that soul-splitting saber is his artifact. Unexpectedly, he actually survived that battle. It seems I was negligent. So his original title was Insect Emperor. Xianxia nodded. And because the focus of his cultivation was on controlling different ancient exotic insects. He is able to attach threads of his soul to any insect he cultivates, allowing him to jump and take possession through them multiple times. The 10,000 poison evil insect is just one kind of exotic insect in his possession and is not actually that big of a deal. It can only be used to control others. He has other more powerful methods in his hands. With those methods, he could raise a reign of terror throughout the star field, leaving countless corpses in his wake. Yang Kai could not help trembling slightly as he realized Yang Yen was not talking about a single cultivation star, but rather the entire star field. Yang Yen smiled lightly, however. You don't need to be so nervous. In order to control certain powerful exotic insects, he needs a correspondingly powerful cultivation. Right now, he is only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so how could he possibly control so many exotic insects? Even using the 10,000 poison evil insect in such a reckless manner must have caused quite a backlash for him. So believe me when I say he won't show himself again for a few years at least. As long as he's alive, he's still a disaster waiting to happen. Yang Kai frowned. Yang Kai was very wary of the Insect Emperor as he was a character on the same level as Yang Yen, so who knows what he was capable of. Yang Yen narrowed her eyes slightly as she spoke. I have a way to help you kill him. Oh? What way? Yang Kai looked up at her. Yang Yen did not speak and instead reached out to grab towards the void. Inside Yang Yan's knowledge sea, a beautiful ball of multicolored light manifested atop her palm, after which she immediately pressed her hand against Yang Kai's forehead. She did not move quickly or slowly, seemingly just carelessly waving her hand. But Yang Kai was unable to react until the ball of light in Yang Yan's hand had already entered his soul avatar and disappeared, shocking him as he asked, "What was that?" Yang Yen smiled lightly and simply said, "You'll know after refining it." The moment after Yang Yen spoke, Yang Kai felt a wild aura suddenly explode inside his soul avatar. This was a kind of strength he was unable to resist, and it forced his soul avatar to collapse directly and return to his main body. The next moment, when he opened his eyes, what Yang Kai saw was not the inside of the small loft, but an empty and chaotic space, with absolutely nothing, not even light around him. He could not even sense his own existence. Yang Kai was startled, not knowing where he was, but he was not someone unfamiliar with great storms, so he did not panic and instead began calmly examining his surroundings. It was not long before traces of substance appeared inside the vast nothingness, and as this substance gathered together, it gradually grew larger and larger. After some unmeasurable amount of time passed, a massive star appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. This star had no vitality, not even simple plants, a barren dead star by all accounts. Staring at this massive star, however, Yang Kai felt it was a little familiar. Shadowed Star. An epiphany struck Yang Kai as he observed Shadowed Star from the starry sky. It had the size and appearance of the current Shadowed Star, but none of the vitality. I understand now. Yang Kai had not comprehended what Yang Yen had done to him until this moment, and feeling grateful in his heart, he quickly focused his attention to fully grasp this extremely rare and precious opportunity. In his disembodied state, Yang Kai was unable to perceive the passage of time at all. It seemed that only a moment had gone by, while at the same time hundreds of millions of years had passed. Finally, traces of life began to appear on the dead shadowed star. The sea ebbed and flowed while plants and greenery began filling the land. Soon, flesh and blood creatures were also born. One by one, different races rose, carving their mark into the long river of history before disappearing once more. Many different civilizations rose and fell as Yang Kai looked on. He felt auras from ancient and primordial times, and as he observed these epochs change, part of them seemed to integrate into his being, as if he had passed through all the eons together with this star. He witnessed its birth, development, peaks and troughs with his own eyes. Gradually, Yang Kai began to have a peculiar feeling that he was this star, and the star was him. A star master. Only a star master would experience such a sensation. When Xianxia refined the star source of Tongshan realm, Yang Kai had accompanied and assisted her, granting him the opportunity to observe the evolution and development of Tongshan realm, so now seeing such a similar scene again, How could he not understand? This was clearly the process one needed to undertake when refining a star source and become a star master. Yang Kai opened his eyes and a strange feeling filled his heart. It was as if all of Shadowed Star had become a part of his body. He could feel any piece of land on Shadowed Star he wanted to, perceive the fertility or barrenness of any location on this cultivation star, and discover any creature living upon it. If he wanted to, he could easily reach any place on Shadowed Star without any restrictions, and if he so desired, he could cause the sky to fall, the earth to crack, or tsunamis to rise with but a single thought. Clenching his fist lightly, Yang Kai felt the entire world's aura shake slightly as a bell-like sound echoed across the sky. At that moment, the trillions of lives on Shadowed Star shook as they looked up towards the heavens, wondering what had just happened. Shadowed Star underwent a very subtle change when Yang Kai became its star master. This change was indistinct and only a few masters were even aware of it, everyone else remaining completely ignorant. From now on, Shadowed Star's prosperity would be tied closely to Yang Kai's, and with the improvement of his cultivation, the vitality of all of Shadowed Star would also burgeon more and more radiantly. Yang Kai examined himself and found that inside his dantian there was now a tiny sphere which resembled Shadowed Star, only shrunk down hundreds of millions of times. It sat in place there, spinning at a subtle speed. Star Source Strength. If one wanted to become the star master of a cultivation star, they would first need to refine that cultivation star's star source, and what Yang Yan had implanted into his body before was undoubtedly the star source of Shadowed Star. From the miniature Shadowed Star, Yang Kai felt a subtle power nourish his body with every rotation it made, while at the same time drawing on his power to strengthen itself. This was a mutually beneficial, symbiotic process. While Yang Kai was extremely excited and happy, he also had many doubts. Had he really just become the star master of Shadowed Star? The lord and ruler of this vast cultivation star? He simply could not adapt to this new reality so quickly. Little senior sister becoming the star master of Tongxian Realm had much to do with luck. Tongxian Realm's aura was barren, just like a dying old man struggling to live on, which was why Tongxian Realm's star source had sought out Xianning Chong on its own and allowed her to refine it. But Shadowed Star was different. Even if the world principles here had a suppressive effect that made it impossible for cultivators to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm, it was still a vibrant cultivation star. If Tongxian Realm was akin to a dying old man, then Shadowed Star was a youth filled with vigor and vitality. In order to refine the star source of such a cultivation star, one would usually need to be a third-order Origin King, otherwise it would simply be impossible. Luo Hai being able to become a star master while still just a second-order Origin King was a unique achievement across the entire star field. As if understanding Yang Kai's suspicions, Yang Yan's voice suddenly echoed in his knowledge sea. The star source of Shadowed Star was detained by me for over 10,000 years, but now I allowed it to be free of my control. Why wouldn't it cooperate with you? Yang Kai was stunned. Yang Yan giggled. Rest assured, its temper was smoothed out many years ago. It wasn't so docile back then, therefore, I imprisoned it to teach it a lesson. Yang Kai smiled bitterly as he now understood the reason behind his easy success. Anyone who had been imprisoned for 10,000 years would have become obedient. Although the star source was not intelligent, it understood instinctually that it was unable to resist Yang Yan's means and could only compromise. Obtaining the position of Star Master so easily and simply still baffled Yang Kai greatly. Furrowing his brow, Yang Kai expanded his divine sense. A tidal wave of divine sense spread out from his position and within moments covered most of the Shadowed Star. Yang Kai noticed many ongoing battles in various locations as if he was seeing them with his own eyes. However, the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea was also being drained at an alarming rate. After Yang Kai took back his divine sense, he was shocked to find that his knowledge sea had been drained by a third after just 5 breaths. This meant he could only monitor Shadowed Star for 15 breaths before his knowledge sea dried up completely, and that was not even a comprehensive monitoring. After realizing this, Yang Kai could not help feeling stunned. Although he only had a third-order origin returning realm cultivation, his soul strength was comparable to an ordinary Origin King's. He also possessed a supreme treasure like the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, so generally speaking, it was impossible for his knowledge sea to be completely drained. Apparently, even if he had become a star master, he still could not act as he pleased without the corresponding strength. For now, though, it was enough. I need to go deal with some minor troubles. I'll come see you later, Yang Kai said, and before Yang Yen could reply, his figure flickered and disappeared. Somewhere 100,000 kilometers away from High Heaven Sect, a group of corpse spirit religion disciples were attacking a group of human cultivators who were struggling to resist. Ever since High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall jointly issued a call to arms, all of Shadowed Star had risen in revolt against corpse spirit religion. Under the leadership of Yi Shiyun and Chen Tong, corpse spirit religion's armies were steadily forced back, and the corpse spirit race suffered numerous casualties. The cultivators who had lost their homes and foundations spontaneously gathered and launched assaults on corpse spirit religion strongholds and slowly retook their homelands. Without the corpse cave to transform new clansmen, every corpse spirit that was killed meant there would forever be one less of them. Additionally, rumors that the mysterious religion master was dead and all the senior leadership of the religion being slaughtered spread like wildfire, causing corpse spirit religion's will to resist to break. The human race forces swept forth with unstoppable momentum, smashing corpse spirit religion's army wherever they went. Over 80% of the sects which had lost their headquarters had already retaken them. Everything was proceeding steadily, leaving behind just enough manpower to protect their headquarters from any counterattack corpse spirit religion launched. All other masters were deployed to the front lines. Everyone took corpse spirit religion extremely seriously, knowing that it would surely resurface in the future if they failed to eradicate it this time. Most forces on Shadowed Star contributed to the fight to destroy corpse spirit religion. Now, a common sight on Shadowed Star was the remaining corpse spirit race forces being exposed from their hiding places, causing thousands of human race cultivators to converge and besiege them. Although the corpse spirit race at this particular place numbered less than 1,000, like cornered beasts, they fought back fiercely, making the situation quite dangerous. What's more, every member of the corpse spirit race was originally transformed from a dead cultivator, so they did not fear pain and their physical bodies were incredibly strong, making them difficult to kill unless their corpse core was destroyed. In general, a human cultivator in the same realm as a corpse spirit was completely outmatched in combat. Thousands of people had surrounded this group of corpse spirits in a small mountain valley, but did not dare to launch a comprehensive attack, instead choosing to maintain some distance and slowly whittle away at the enemy forces. The corpse spirit race clansmen clearly understood their enemy's intentions, so how could they just sit still and accept their fate? Organizing themselves into multiple waves, they continuously tried to break out of the encirclement. Although they suffered many casualties, they also took a large number of lives in the process. The two sides had been locked in a virtual stalemate for some time now, with the corpse spirit race group knowing the end was near, causing them to become even fiercer than normal, while the human race cultivators became increasingly hesitant and scrupulous about their approach. Just when the masters from the human side were feeling at a loss about how to proceed, a young man suddenly appeared strangely in the sky above the mountain valley. His arrival was so sudden and without any prior signs that he was already standing mid-air by the time anyone discovered his existence. The young man glanced down at the mountain valley below, raised his hand, and gently palmed forward. This action seemed light and casual, as if he was swatting away a fly. However, as he palmed, the world energy in the surrounding region madly gathered towards him and condensed into a massive attack that covered the entire mountain valley. This palm soon covered the entire sky and slammed down like a great thunderclap. Long. The ground shook violently, and the thousands of human race cultivators could barely stay on their feet. At that next moment, everyone paled in shock. They clearly witnessed that the nearly 1,000 corpse spirit race clansmen, whom they had been helpless to eliminate, were almost all flattened into pools of hashed meat and bone under this giant palm. 99% of the enemy died in an instant, with only a few who managed to survive by luck. However, even these survivors were heavily wounded and could barely stand on the spot, trembling as they stared up into the sky in horror. The young man who stood there now looked like an ancient god who could control the world itself. After delivering that palm, the young man's figure flickered and disappeared, as if he had never been there at all. However, the giant palm print which spanned the mountain valley down below, and the dead corpse spirit race clansmen before them proved to all the human race cultivators that what they just witnessed wasn't some kind of illusion. Who was that? How did he do that? With the power of that palm, it must have been Hall Master Qian of Shadow Moon Hall, right? I heard that Hall Master Qian is already an Origin King. Or does Shadowed Star have a second Origin King now? No, 5 months ago, this old master was fortunate enough to witness the terrifying methods of Hall Master Qian. But that palm just now was definitely stronger. How could that be? Are you trying to say that there's someone on Shadowed Star stronger than Hall Master Qian? I don't believe it. Haha. I know who that person is. He's High Heaven Sect Master Yang Kai. I met him once before, back when he still lived on Dragon Cave Mountain. He's High Heaven Sect Master? Everyone suddenly understood and could not help feeling that the rumors they had heard were true. High Heaven Sect rising to become one of the most powerful sects on Shadowed Star was not without reason. With such a powerful sect master, what worry was there the sect would not rise? Enough idle chatter. There are still a few fish who slipped through the net. Sect Master Yang already solved our biggest problem for us. So we need to clean up the rest? Or do you want to bother him to come back and deliver another palm for us? The group of masters who had assembled nodded in agreement before stepping towards the few surviving corpse spirit race clansmen, clear malicious intent pulsing from their bodies. As for the corpse spirit race survivors, they all silently complained that they should have just been patted to death earlier and been done with it. Looking around at all the enemies gathering towards them, the remaining corpse spirit race clansmen felt despair. Having experienced all the conveniences of being a star master, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little excited. No wonder those third-order Origin King Masters aimed to refine a star source and become a star master. Once one became a star master of a cultivation star, they could arrive anywhere on that star with a simple thought. This was much faster and more convenient than using a space array. Moreover, after becoming a star master, there were many other benefits. Yang Kai had not had time to carefully explore all these though, so he wasn't entirely clear on their full extent for the time being. However, this alone was enough. Wherever he went, the corpse spirit race had nowhere to escape. A casual palm was always sufficient to sweep away any group of corpse spirits. Now that he was the master of Shadowed Star, who on the planet could resist him? Not even Qian Tong was qualified. In just half a day, Yang Kai had crisscrossed half of Shadowed Star, killing all the corpse spirit race's forces he could find. Many times, Yang Kai had already moved on before the nearby human cultivators had even figured out what was happening, leaving behind confused but jubilant people everywhere. Beside the limitless ocean, a group of human race cultivators, who seemed to have been separated from the main army, were fleeing the pursuit of a dozen corpse spirits. The corpse spirit race had suffered greatly this past year. The powerful corpse generals were cut down by Qian Tong and the elders of High Heaven Sect one by one. Rumors of the religion master's demise also filled the air. Suppressed by the United Human Race Front, the remaining corpse spirits were forced to retreat all the way to the limitless ocean, where they were now trying to escape into the vast sea and seek out a final chance to survive. However, things did not go as they wanted. Qian Tong and Yi Shiyun had been pursuing corpse spirit religion doggedly this past year and had now surrounded them, cutting off their last avenue of retreat, making it impossible for them to enter the limitless ocean. The current corpse spirit religion was on its last leg, a mere shadow of its former glory. The remaining corpse spirits could only look for those cultivators who were alone or in small groups to vent their anger on. This group of 8 human race cultivators was rather unlucky. After having just separated from the main army, they ran into this group of corpse spirits that both outnumbered them and exceeded them in strength. While suffering a few casualties, this group of human race cultivators had no choice but to flee towards the safety of the human army. At the head of this group was a charming and enchanting woman with a seductive figure that swayed greatly as she ran. Under the pursuit of these corpse spirits, her beautiful face had long ago gone pale though. While running away, She constantly poured her divine sense into a communication artifact in her hand, hoping to reach her elders who could then come to their aid. Another scream rang out from behind, causing the woman to look back and tremble at the scene she saw. One of her companions had been overtaken by several corpse spirits and knocked to the ground. These cruel and vicious monsters did not kill this fallen man directly, swarming him and ripping apart his body with their sharp teeth instead. The terrified cries for help this man let loose nearly caused the lead woman's knees to buckle as she shivered violently. Soon, this voice grew weak, and after the few corpse spirits finished their meal, they resumed their pursuit with even more fervor than before, pulling closer and closer with each passing moment. Thinking how her tender flesh would soon enter the belly of one of these hideous corpse spirits just like her companions, leaving her as nothing but a pile of dry bones, the woman's beautiful eyes filled with terror and helplessness. This feeling of despair made her feet feel as heavy as lead and her Saint Chi unable to circulate smoothly, slowing her pace greatly. As the corpse spirits got closer, she could even smell a strong scent of fresh blood. The woman could not help calling out in alarm. At that moment, a flash suddenly appeared in front of her and a hand stretched out towards her. Only feeling a light breeze brush past her cheek, the young woman was stunned as a young man before her and snapped his fingers, causing the dozen or so corpse spirits who had been pursuing her to explode into puffs of smoke. The catastrophe which had bested her was resolved in an instant. The woman stared at the figure in front of her blankly as a feeling of disbelief after surviving certain death filled her heart. Xianxia. Her voice was still trembling, and her face was still pale, obviously not having regained her composure yet. Hearing this woman call this name, the other human race cultivators together with her were taken aback for a moment before they immediately directed excited looks towards Xianxia. They had naturally heard Xianxia's name before, but none of them had actually seen him up close before. Now, High Heaven Sect's famous sect master had come to rescue them personally, so they felt immensely grateful. "In Su Dai." Xianxia returned the woman's stare and frowned as he asked, "Why are you here? Where's your master?" This young woman was none other than In Su Dai of Colored Glass Sect. In Colored Glass Sect, she had been considered the leader of the younger generation and few were able to resist the beguiling techniques she cultivated. However, facing the corpse spirit race, her beguiling techniques played no role whatsoever. So even though she had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, the strength she was able to display in combat against the strange race was limited. If this was not the case, she wouldn't have been in such a dire situation. In Su Dai smiled reluctantly and replied obediently, "Master is in Cape Town." Xianxia released his divine sense and soon found a large number of cultivators gathered in a city a few tens of thousands of kilometers away. This should be the Cape Town In Su Dai mentioned, a city close to the edge of the limitless ocean. "Why aren't you accompanying your master? What did you run out here to do?" Xianxia asked, somewhat displeased. Although the human race occupied the winning side and the corpse spirit race was completely suppressed on all sides, it was still perilous to act alone, especially at the boundary of the limitless ocean. Xianxia did not like In Su Dai very much, but she was still considered a disciple of High Heaven Sect now, so it was his duty to reprimand her as the sect master. In Su Dai was suddenly struck speechless. When Xianxia was still an unknown character, she had taken some malicious actions against him, but now things were different. In Su Dai knew better than anyone of the gap between Xianxia and herself. If Xianxia now stood atop the clouds, she was still stuck on the ground, only able to look up to him. She deeply envied that ugly senior sister Dai Yuan of hers and often wondered just what kind of means she had used to win Xianxia's care. It was also precisely because of Xianxia's attitude that In Su Dai's honored master Gong Ao Fu now favored her senior sister Dai Yuan more and more, and had gradually pushed her away over the past year. "Forget it." Xianxia waved his hand, not interested in delving into the situation any further. Sweeping his eyes over the other cultivators present, Xianxia found that they were all young men. This group had obviously been enchanted by In Su Dai's beauty and willingly followed behind her. Xianxia was clear of In Su Dai's methods and even noticed some of these young men staring warily towards him. "I'll send you back to where Elder Gong is." Yang Kai said as he waved his hand to wrap his Saint Chi around In Su Dai. What Yang Kai didn't expect was that In Su Dai would use this chance to leap into his chest and wrap her hands around his waist, like an innocent young girl, embracing him tightly without the slightest shame, her soft peaks pressing up against him, showcasing their amazing elasticity. Yang Kai shook his head wryly but did not push her away immediately, simply wrapping the rest of the cultivators nearby in his Saint Chi before directly teleporting to Cape Town. Upon arriving, Yang Kai gently tapped In Su Dai on the shoulder and said, "We're here." After saying so, not waiting for her to respond, Yang Kai simply vanished again. In Su Dai yelped slightly, but upon looking around, she discovered she really had returned to the familiar Cape Town. Her hands now embracing nothing but air. In Su Dai could not help feeling a little lost. Cape Town was fairly large, but it was fully occupied at the moment. Yang Kai found Yi Shiyun and Qian Tong in the city shortly after arriving, and only after talking to them did he learn of the current situation. Yang Kai had not felt time pass while refining the star source, but apparently, more than a year had gone by since he began. Over the course of this year, High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall had united most of Shadowed Star and basically uprooted the corpse spirit religion. The remaining corpse spirits wanted to escape into the limitless ocean, but were blocked on all sides, forcing them to retreat to a certain mountain range about 30,000 kilometers away from Cape Town. Qian Tong had ventured into that mountain range several times and killed many, but some corpse spirits had concealed themselves too deeply, so even he was unable to rout them out to the last, causing him quite a headache. Shadowed Star's peace had basically been restored, with roughly 80% of the remaining corpse spirit race forces hiding in this one mountain range. As long as these corpse spirits here were eliminated, the scattered remnants outside wouldn't be worthy of fear. At that time, there would be no need for High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall to come forward. These scattered corpse spirits would be hunted down by the respective strength of the other sects eventually. In that case, Yang Kai grinned after understanding the situation. "I'll go. Do you have a way?" Qian Tong looked at him in surprise. When they met this time, Qian Tong instinctually felt something about Yang Kai had changed, but he could not say what that change was exactly. As far as he could tell, Yang Kai was still a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but he now gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Qian Tong felt that if he were to fight Yang Kai now, the one who would die would certainly be him. Feeling so caused Qian Tong to become curious, as he was unable to figure out why. "When the time comes, you'll know." Yang Kai smiled lightly, keeping Qian Tong in suspense. "I'll go with you," Qian Tong quickly said. Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and suddenly said to Yi Shiyun, "Let the people gathered in Cape Town disperse. After these few years of turmoil, all of them will need time to rest and recuperate. There's no need to waste any more time here." Yi Shiyun was slightly taken aback, but quickly nodded in compliance. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed Qian Tong's arm next before the two disappeared so rapidly from Yi Shiyun's sight that even she was unable to detect any trace of how they moved. Yi Shiyun's expression fluctuated a few times before she suddenly chuckled lightly and muttered, "So that's how it is." Obviously, she realized something at that moment. After composing herself, she took out her communication artifact, poured her divine sense into it, and issued the appropriate orders. Shortly after, the human cultivators gathered in Cape Town received word from High Heaven Sect saying the remaining corpse spirits had been wiped out, and they were free to return to their respective sects to recover. The cultivators of the various sects who received this news began running around, trying to confirm whether it was true or not. And it was not long before the elders of Shadow Moon Hall and High Heaven Sect came forward to authenticate the information. Although no one was clear how the remaining corpse spirits had suddenly been wiped out, the human race cultivators still celebrated the fact that Shadowed Star's crisis had been resolved. Choosing to trust High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall, these cultivators began dispersing and preparing for the difficult task of rebuilding their respective sects. Rebuilding a sect was no easy task and may take several dozen or even hundreds of years of hard work. However, the top priority of all sects and small family forces in the near future was to forge good relationships with High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall. In the future, these two forces would undoubtedly be the leaders of Shadowed Star. During this catastrophe, High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall had quickly accumulated fame far surpassing that of Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and even Star Emperor Mountain. The two great forces were now the most powerful and most prestigious on Shadowed Star. It could be said that the corpse spirit religion crisis was the catalyst for High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall's rapid rise. A light flashed in front of the Cape Mountain Range and Chen Tong and Yang Kai appeared side by side. Chen Tong gawked at Yang Kai, almost speechless in shock. He was now an Origin King, a realm higher than Yang Kai, but he still could not figure out how Yang Kai brought them here. This definitely was not a pure Space Force secret technique. After pondering for a moment, Chen Tong suddenly came up with a shocking speculation and asked, "Did you refine Shadowed Star Source and became its Star Master?" Only by becoming a Star Master could Yang Kai have brought them from Cape Town in an instant without Chen Tong recognizing how. Coupled with the subtle changes Shadowed Star underwent only a day ago, Chen Tong was almost certain his guess was correct. "Haha, Elder Chen is quite sharp. I have indeed refined Shadowed Star Source." Yang Kai did not deny it. In any case, this kind of thing could not be concealed, and Chen Tong was not an outsider. Chen Tong's jaw dropped, but soon he let out a sigh as a complicated expression filled his face. "Unexpectedly, you actually walked a step further than this old master already. One must truly respect the young." He was happy for Yang Kai, but also quite shocked. It was just luck. Yang Kai did not reveal the slightest arrogance. Being able to refine the star source was entirely because of Yang Yen. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have had to reach at least the third-order Origin King realm before attempting this feat. Shadowed Star Source had been imprisoned in Yang Yan's knowledge sea for over 10,000 years. So when it was given a chance to leave by fusing with Yang Kai, it complied with great enthusiasm. This was indeed a matter of luck. "In that case, this old master will just sit back and watch." Chen Tong chuckled, quickly composing himself and not even showing any jealousy or envy as he took a step back and relaxed. Yang Kai didn't bother with any nonsense either, expanding his divine sense rapidly to cover every part of the Cape Mountain Range in front of him and locating every corpse spirit race clansman inside. After confirming the position of his targets, Yang Kai raised his hands slowly towards the sky. As his hands rose, the entire Cape Mountain Range trembled, and a violent sound rang out from inside. It was like the beating of 1,000 war drums that spread to every corner of the Cape Mountain Range. Visible to the naked eye, the entire mountain range, which stretched over 100,000 kilometers, slowly began to rise. Chen Tong sucked in a cool breath as he felt a deep sense of yearning in his heart. This was the power of a Star Master. With a single thought, one could transform the world itself, moving mountains and seas. Moreover, Yang Kai's actions didn't destroy this mountain range. Otherwise, he could have just completely flattened it. Even if Chen Tong exerted all of his strength, he could not recreate this scene. The sudden change in Cape Mountain Rang clearly alarmed the corpse spirit race clansmen hiding inside, and all of them rapidly tried to fly up to investigate the situation. But soon, they were shocked to discover that the entire mountain range was covered in a strange, invisible force that prevented them from flying or even escaping from their underground hiding places. This place, which had been their last refuge, was now an inescapable cage. The various corpse spirits cried out in panic, none of them understanding what was going on. A few breaths later, once Cape Mountain Range had risen about 10 meters, Yang Kai exhaled softly and pushed his palm down rapidly. Long. In that instant, the 100,000-kilometer-long mountain crashed to the ground. The earth shook violently as a deafening impact sounded from the mountain range, alongside a myriad of explosions. At this moment, all the surrounding world energy seemed to be turned into a giant hammer that pounded down on the corpse spirits trapped here. Pung 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 pung. All of the corpse spirit race clansmen exploded into dust and disappeared. After the noise subsided, Yang Kai released his divine sense again and confirmed that there was no trace of the corpse spirit race left in Cape Mountain Range. The thousands of corpse spirits who had fled here were all eliminated without exception. Chen Tong stared in shock for a long while before finally letting out a long breath. It seems this catastrophe has ended. Only after killing corpse spirit religion's religion master can you feel completely relieved. Yang Kai smiled lightly. I'll let you handle that. As for this old master, and after you kill him, this old master will tell you about it. There is no need to pay it any mind at this point. Qian Tong obviously wanted to say something, but since he did not want to bring it up now, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force him to. The two separated right after, with Qian Tong heading back to Shadow Moon Hall to take charge of the reconstruction while Yang Kai flew out into the limitless ocean. He intended to track down the Insect Emperor and erase him completely from this world. While he was dealing with the remnants of the corpse spirit race, Yang Kai had constantly been searching for the aura of the Insect Emperor, but to his disappointment, he never found it. As such, Yang Kai focused his attention on the limitless ocean, believing that his judgment was not wrong. Shadowed Star was huge, and since the great forces stationed on land and the great forces established on the sea had little in common with one another, they seldom interacted. It was for this reason that, although corpse spirit religion had raised a reign of terror on the inland sects of Shadowed Star, causing massive amounts of destruction and death, the deep sea sects had basically remained unaffected. This was also why the corpse spirit race had wanted to flee into the limitless ocean to avoid the hunt of the inland sects. Yang Kai had been to the limitless ocean before. When he left the Emperor Garden, he had accidentally been dropped here, but he was eager to return to the sect at that time and had left right away. This trip was different. Yang Kai was here searching for the whereabouts of the Insect Emperor, so as he sped along, he had an opportunity to experience the local customs, which differed greatly from those of the inland sects. The great forces of the limitless ocean were not to be underestimated. Many island sects had powerful third-order origin returning realm masters presiding over them. However, now that Yang Kai had become Shadowed Star's Star Master, whether it was on land or sea, it made no difference to him. He could easily control everything around him. Sunrise Island belonged to the most powerful limitless ocean sect, Sea Temple. Sea Temple was a famous existence here. While the residents of the limitless ocean may not know about High Heaven Sect or Star Emperor Mountain, they had all heard of Sea Temple. Sea Temple's history was no shorter than Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon sects, and after the accumulation of countless years and thanks to the abundance of marine resources, Sea Temple had become a behemoth which occupied almost half of the limitless ocean's domain. On the limitless ocean, Sea Temple was the lord. If it were not for the fact that most of their secret arts were based around water or ice attributes, and their strength decreased noticeably once they fought on land, Shadowed Star may not have even had a Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon sect. Sea Temple alone would have been able to unify all of Shadowed Star. However, due to various constraints, Sea Temple was only able to exert its will in the limitless ocean and could not extend its reach inland. On this day, Yang Kai arrived at Sunrise Island, which stretched nearly 1,000 kilometers from one shore to the other. Even considering the entire limitless ocean, this was not a small island, and among the islands under the direct control of Sea Temple, it could rank among the top 10. The waters around Sunrise Island were rich in ocean resources, and it would contribute massively to Sea Temple's coffers every year. For obvious reasons, Sunrise Island was considered a vital strategic location by Sea Temple. Yang Kai did not attempt to hide his approach, so when he landed on this island, he was immediately noticed by the Sea Temple disciples. There were some obvious differences between the inland cultivators and those who lived on the sea, especially in terms of skin tone and attire, so when Yang Kai landed, he was immediately met by a patrol team of Sea Temple disciples that was responsible for dealing with security. Sunrise Island was not a place that could be freely entered and exited by the public. Anyone who wanted to come here had to enter from a specific location, identify themselves, and pay a certain amount of Saint Crystals. It was undoubtedly a direct provocation towards Sea Temple that Yang Kai simply flew in and landed here. As such, all of the Sea Temple disciples wore gloomy looks on their faces, and although they sensed that Yang Kai was strong, they did not show any much fear. Yang Kai had no intention to deal with these guards, so he simply took a step forward and vanished from their sight. Where did that boy go? The leader of the patrol team, who also had the highest cultivation, exclaimed as he swept his eyes around and was unable to find any trace of Yang Kai. The others also scanned their surroundings hurriedly, feeling somewhat anxious. Since their opponent had disappeared bizarrely without them even being able to detect how he moved, It proved they would be helpless if he had wanted their lives. Realizing this, the team of Sea Temple disciples became somewhat frightened. Split up and look for him. I'll report this to the island master. The lead cultivator's expression fluctuated a few times before quickly making a decision. A powerful master suddenly appearing on Sunrise Island had to be reported to the island master regardless of what this newcomer's intentions were. The group of disciples nodded and immediately dispersed. In front of a remote sea-facing wooden house on the island, Xianxia casually appeared, looked out and smiled lightly. The scenery here was quite pretty, with the sea in front and the rest of Sunrise Island behind. At this time when the sun was setting, a rich red glow dyed Sunrise Island in a peaceful warmth. It was indeed a good place for recuperation. Several lower-strength cultivators were on guard outside the wooden house, but when they saw Xianxia appearing so mysteriously, they were all stunned for a moment. In the next instant, however, they all seemed to receive some kind of instructions, pushed their Saint Chi madly, summoned their artifacts, and charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia frowned as he noticed that their actions were not taken willingly, so instead of killing them ruthlessly, he simply stretched out his hand and grasped towards the void. The surrounding world energy condensed into firm ropes and immediately bound these weaker cultivators, immobilizing them. The faces of these few cultivators turned ashen as they stared towards Xianxia in horror. Since I've come, it's meaningless for you to try to hide anymore. Show yourself. Xianxia yelled in the direction of the wooden house, standing on the spot with his hands crossed behind his back, waiting patiently. After a brief silence, the sound of footsteps sounded from the wooden house. A moment later, a young man with delicate features walked out. This young man seemed to be only 20 years old, and his cultivation was only third-order Saint King realm. He stared at Xianxia with hatred and dread, as well as incredulity, not understanding how he had been found so easily. Looking at each other, Xianxia wore a faint grin on his lips, while the young man glared at him as if he was a dangerous predator. How did you find this king here? The young man finally could not stand the silence and spoke. The current Xianxia put a great deal of pressure on him, so he could no longer remain as calm as before. This king is certain he left no clues that would give his presence away. It really wasn't easy to find you. Xianxia continued to smile lightly. If it weren't for your 10,000 poison evil insects, I'm afraid I would never have found you. As he spoke, Xianxia pointed his finger at the cultivators who had been imprisoned by him. The young man's expression turned gloomy as he glanced over at the subordinates he had implanted with 10,000 poison evil insects to control, a look of annoyance flashing across his eyes. He never anticipated that subduing a few temporary subordinates would actually lead to his demise. He had already been extremely cautious this time, fleeing all the way to Sunrise Island to nurse his injuries. The strengths of the few people he subdued weren't very high either, which should have made it impossible for anyone to notice or care about them. But Xianxia had somehow managed to catch wind of him through them. Even so, if you want to kill this king, it will not be easy. You should understand that having already tried once. Why don't we discuss terms? The young man raised his chin slightly and proposed proudly. Not interested. Xianxia shook his head immediately. The young man gawked as he asked, if you don't even listen to my proposal, how can you say you're not interested? Aren't you afraid you'll regret it? There is nothing to regret. Today you must die. Xianxia sneered. The young man snorted and laughed as he stared at Xianxia sarcastically. Little brat, you'd best not boast so shamelessly. Last time, this king was able to escape from you, and he can do it again today. However, if you swear to no longer interfere with this king's business, this king can give you enough benefits to use for the rest of your life. What can you, who only knows how to control exotic insects, give me? Xianxia snickered. The young man's face showed some surprise this time as his brow furrowed and he tentatively asked, you know about this king's background? Whether I know or not doesn't matter. Today, if I say you die, you must die. Xianxia snorted coldly and no longer bothered with any nonsense, reaching out his hand towards the young man. Bold! The young man shouted as he did not even try to evade, instead choosing to rush straight at Xianxia. pushing his Saint Chi wildly, seemingly intending to blow himself up. He knew that he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all with his current strength, so he never even considered keeping this body. Instead, he planned to self-destruct and disturb Yang Kai's vision in hopes of finding an opportunity to escape. Yang Kai just looked at him sarcastically. Without making any big movements, he just clenched his fist slowly. World energy quickly gathered around and imprisoned the young man. Suspended midair, unable to move, the young man found his Saint Chi had actually been suppressed and was unable to detonate. The young man finally showed a look of fear in his eyes as he called out in horror, "What did you do?" Just as he spat these words, though, he seemed to think of something and his eyes bulged, screaming out at Yang Kai in the next instant. "You can manipulate the power of this star. Did you refine its star source? Your Insect Emperor title is not undeserved. Your vision is indeed sharp." Yang Kai sneered as he clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Accompanied by a dull explosion, the young man's body burst into a cloud of blood fog, leaving behind only a distressed soul which immediately tried to flee. The last time Yang Kai and Qian Tong joined forces, they were unable to eliminate the Insect Emperor, but Yang Kai had since become the Star Master of Shadowed Star and prepared ahead of time, so how could the Insect Emperor escape death again? With a single thought, Yang Kai sealed the surrounding 100-meter space. No matter how the powerful soul rushed about, it was unable to escape from the invisible barrier around him. After a few failed attempts, the Insect Emperor realized his efforts were futile, and so he stopped expending pointless effort. The spiritual energy condensed together, and the soul transformed from a glowing ball into a vague figure which floated in the air. This figure glared at Yang Kai gloomily as his avatar fluctuated slightly, like a flickering flame, and quickly shouted, "This king admits his punishment is deserved. Now tell me, what benefits do you want in order to set this king free?" Yang Kai curled his lips and reached out to seize this soul avatar. The Insect Emperor couldn't avoid it at all, and his soul was directly caught in the palm of Yang Kai's hand. Even struggling fiercely, he was unable to free himself from Yang Kai's control, only able to curse loudly and yell hysterically. Yang Kai clenched his hand tightly, and with one last piercing scream, the soul of the Insect Emperor exploded into nothingness and disappeared completely. A verdant-colored saber, which had been shrunk down countless times, and a small exquisite bracelet materialized then and fell into Yang Kai's palm. Both of these items exuded a malevolent emperor pressure. The bracelet at least appeared normal, but the tiny saber artifact exuded a strange force that cut apart Yang Kai's divine sense when he tried to probe it. Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai raised his brow as he revealed a look of pleasant surprise. He currently had no shortage of artifacts, even possessing 2 Emperor artifacts: the Offensive Annihilation Thunder Bead and the Sealed World Bead. These 2 Emperor artifacts were part of the core inheritance of Star Emperor Mountain. Now, suddenly obtaining 2 more, Yang Kai was overjoyed. No one disliked having more treasures, especially when those treasures were Emperor artifacts. This tiny deep green saber that could cut through spiritual energy was naturally familiar to Yang Kai, as the Insect Emperor had used it last time to escape. Yang Yan had called it the Soul-Splitting Saber, a fitting name. As for the small bracelet, Yang Kai did not know what it was or what purpose it served. Trying to examine it with his divine sense, Yang Kai found there was an invisible barrier around it, one that completely prevented his probing. Realizing this, Yang Kai could only give up for now. However, he was not discouraged. After all, this bracelet was an artifact the Insect Emperor used, so the barrier protecting it would not be easily broken. Although Yang Kai could not understand the function of this bracelet, he felt a fierce power pulsing from it, one that frightened him somewhat. After fiddling with it for a while, Yang Kai put the soul-splitting saber and the strange bracelet away, as he did not have time to refine these 2 things right now. Just after finishing this, Yang Kai noticed a powerful aura rapidly approaching him from the center of the island. Obviously, the leaders in charge of Sunrise Island had noticed his aura fluctuations just now and were coming to investigate. Yang Kai didn't try to leave immediately, instead choosing to stand still and wait. A short time later, a burly man fell from the sky. He was quite tall and had a wild-looking face that gave him a naturally imposing appearance. People would likely feel intimidated just by standing in front of him. There was a long scar on the man's face extending from his brow to his chin, adding to the ferocity of his looks. After the man arrived and saw the blood on the ground, he could not help furiously shouting, "Bastard! How dare you act so impudently on my Sunrise Island?" Saying so, he sent a palm towards Xianxia. This man was a third-order origin returning realm comparable in strength to the old Qiantong or Feiji Tuesday. With his bulging muscles, the moment he sent out this palm, the space around his hand seemed to cave in and crack. Even a cultivator in the same realm that was hit by the palm would have at least a dozen broken bones. Xianxia frowned seeing this, and although he was a little displeased with the other party not even trying to clarify the situation before attacking, he quickly recalled that he was an uninvited guest here, so he didn't pay it too much mind. With a casual wave of his hand, Xianxia neutralized the burly man's palm and sent him flying backwards. Experiencing this, the burly man gawked towards Xianxia right up until the moment he hit the ground with a loud thud, no longer daring to act too arbitrarily. He realized that Xianxia had no intention to hurt him. Otherwise, he would not have escaped unscathed just now. With the means Xianxia just showed him, this man was confident this young man could kill him in the blink of an eye if he wanted to. As this terrifying thought surged deep in his heart, the burly man took a deep breath and pressed down the dread he was feeling before calling out, "May I ask your excellency's name?" Xianxia grinned, cupped his fists and said, "High Heaven Sect." "Xianxia, High Heaven Sect?" The man thought for a while before his body shook violently and he called out in alarm, "Are you High Heaven Sect's sect master Xianxia?" Although he lived on the limitless ocean, this man had obviously heard the names High Heaven Sect and Xianxia before. However, he never expected that the strength of this High Heaven Sect's sect master to be this outrageous. "And you are?" Xianxia asked, looking at him. The man frowned but still answered promptly, "Sunrise Island's Island Master, Pang Zhen." "So it is Island Master Pang. A pleasure to meet you." Xianxia cupped his fists in greeting. Pang Zhen's expression calmed down as he recovered from his initial shock. Although he was not Xianxia's opponent, he could not lose face for Sea Temple, so he quickly said, "Sect Master Yang may be the respect Lord of High Heaven Sect, but my Sea Temple has neither grievance nor grudge with High Heaven Sect. So this Pang must ask why Sect Master Yang has come here and killed my Sea Temple's disciples." As an island master, it was natural for Pang Zhen to maintain the safety of the cultivators on the island. So now that someone had died on his watch, he could not just ignore the situation, or his reputation and authority would be greatly damaged. Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying, "Island Master Pang, forgive me. This Yang has not come here to kill indiscriminately. However, this man had to die. In truth, this Yang came here specifically to hunt him down. Can Sect Master Yang explain more thoroughly?" Pang Zhen couldn't help relaxing somewhat when he saw Xianxia respond so politely. Naturally, Xianxia smiled slightly and began informing Pang Zhen about the situation. Pang Zhen was shocked when he heard this explanation and somewhat could not believe what Xianxia was saying, instinctually thinking that Xianxia was just making up an excuse. Knowing that he had doubts though, Xianxia simply smiled and said, "Island Master Pang will understand after looking at these things." Saying so, Xianxia stretched out his hand and pulled one of the cultivators he had previously imprisoned over to him. These few cultivators were being controlled by the Insect Emperor via his 10,000 poison evil insects. After Xianxia arrived, he didn't intend to kill these people since they were just victims, so he instead captured and suppressed them. As Xianxia waved his hand, all these captured cultivators trembled and their faces twisted, as if suffering immense pain. A moment later, all of them foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, they were still breathing, so their lives were not in immediate danger. Pang Zhen stood to the side and observed closely, not daring to act recklessly like before. Soon, accompanied by a few piercing squeaks, a stream of light shot out from the heads of all the collapsed cultivators. Xianxia stretched out his hand, grabbed these lights, and then motioned to Pang Zhen to observe. In Xianxia's palm, there were a few oddly shaped, fingernail-sized black and red worms that were constantly struggling and resisting but seemed incapable of breaking free. Pang Zhen stared for a long time in silence before gulping and asking, "These are the 10,000 poison evil insects you mentioned?" He had never seen an insect like this before, but he could still feel a trace of wild and ominous aura from them, as if they were extremely old. His instincts were also warning him these things were dangerous. And if you are implanted with one of these 10,000 poison evil insects, you will fall under the control of its master. Yang Kai smiled lightly and confirmed. "Can I have a closer look?" Pang Zhen felt curious and was somewhat interested in studying these 10,000 poison evil insects. Although this thing was dangerous, if he could research it thoroughly and discover the method to control them, it would add a powerful secret technique to his arsenal. Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile and said, "If Island Master Pang is not afraid of them burrowing into his knowledge sea, I can give them to you." Pang Zhen paled, hesitated for a long time, then eventually shook his head. "Forget it. This Pang does not have the confidence to suppress them. I will have to trouble Sect Master Yang to dispose of these things." Yang Kai smiled lightly, flicked his wrist, and the several struggling 10,000 poison evil insects were vaporized. Understanding that the previous incident was indeed a misunderstanding, and Yang Kai was not here to kill innocent inhabitants of Sunrise Island, instead actually solving a huge future problem for him, Pang Zhen's attitude towards Yang Kai became much friendlier, though what he was more concerned about was Yang Kai's strength. No one in the entire limitless ocean could resist him. Pang Zhen then strongly invited Yang Kai to his residence. Yang Kai also intended to have some further discussions with him, so he did not decline. Pang Zhen was the island master of Sunrise Island, so he lived in a palatial mansion built upon the best piece of land. After entering the mansion, Pang Zhen immediately ordered a banquet prepared while having a dozen beautiful young women provide entertainment in the form of singing and dancing. A group of Origin returning realm masters from the island also accompanied them. The atmosphere was quite lively. The chaos which had plagued the inland sects was well known to Sea Temple's leadership, but because it had never spread to the limitless ocean, Sea Temple was not completely clear about all the details. The reason why Pang Zhen warmly invited Yang Kai was twofold. On the one hand, he was impressed with Yang Kai's strength and wanted to make friends, while on the other, he wanted to use this opportunity to gain some information about the inland situation. Yang Kai did not try to conceal anything. When they learned that the corpse spirit religion had been uprooted, everyone in Sea Temple exclaimed, and when they learned that Qian Tong had indeed broken through to the Origin King realm, the faces of Pang Zhen and the others filled with worry. An Origin King had not been born on Shadowed Star for more than 10,000 years and was more of a legend passed down from generation to generation than something real and tangible. This was an unattainable aspiration for all of Shadowed Star's masters. So Pang Zhen and the others didn't know how powerful an Origin King really was, but that did little to assuage their fears. They were concerned Qian Tong would become ambitious and extend his clans towards the limitless ocean. Although Sea Temple was a behemoth in the limitless ocean with massive influence, deep heritage, and numerous masters at its disposal, they were not confident they could withstand an Origin King. Yang Kai naturally saw the anxiety in their faces and knew what they were worried about, but only felt it was something funny and did not offer them any kind of reassurance either way. Forget about whether Qian Tong had such intentions. Even if he did, he would not have the ability to subdue the limitless ocean. Shadow Moon Hall simply did not have such strength. Pang Zhen and the others' worries were superfluous. Island Master Pang, this Yang has a request to make, and I was hoping Island Master Pang could arrange it. After drinking 3 rounds, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Sect Master Yang, please." Pang Zhen quickly raised his head and looked over. "I want to meet with your Sea Temple's temple masters." Yang Kai smiled lightly as he took a sip of wine. Pang Zhen was stunned and asked, "What does Sect Master Yang wish to discuss with the temple masters?" Although Yang Kai naturally had the qualifications to meet the temple masters of Sea Temple, Pang Zhen still had to ask about his purpose. The others also looked at Yang Kai curiously. "It's for a good cause." Yang Kai smiled deeply. "This sect master wants to open up an exchange of materials between your limitless ocean sect and those inland. Island Master Pang must know that many unique resources are produced both inland and here on the ocean due to their different environments. Cultivation materials that can be easily found here may be extremely precious inland, and vice versa. If we can open a trade route to exchange the commodities we respectively need, it will bring great benefits to our respective forces. This was the primary reason Xianxia had chosen to remain here. Otherwise, he simply would have left after killing the Insect Emperor. High Heaven Sect was not the same as before, with only a few hundred members. Originally, providing for these few disciples and elders was a simple matter, but now Xianxia had brought over 10,000 of his friends and family from Tongxian realm. An unimaginable amount of resources was being consumed every month, and even though he had accumulated much over the years, High Heaven Sect's reserves would only last a few years if they weren't constantly replenished. However, during the war with Corpse Spirit religion, all the inland sects suffered heavy losses and were currently lacking all kinds of resources. Xianxia took a fancy to the difference between ocean and inland resources after spending some time on the limitless ocean, and if he could successfully establish a trade route between them, not only would it relieve his immediate worries, but he would also no longer need to worry about purchasing cultivation materials in the future, as wealth would simply pour in as time passed. Although he was now the Star Master of Shadowed Star and could travel anywhere he wanted to at will, even force Sea Temple to submit to him by force, Xianxia had no intention to do this. Instead of waging war, he would rather allow the inland and ocean sects to form a mutually beneficial relationship. Now standing atop Shadowed Star as its lord, he needed to consider the good of the entire Cultivation Star. Hearing his proposal, Pang Zhen's eyes lit up, but his enthusiasm soon dampened. Sect Master Yang is not the first person to make such a proposal. Even some from my Sea Temple have mentioned this before, but because many resources require special preservation and transportation methods, and communication between the inland and ocean sects is difficult, it has been logistically impossible to set up any significant trade between us except for in a few seaside cities. Seeing his demeanor, Xianxia knew that the people of Sea Temple were interested in the inland materials as well, but establishing trade routes had proven too troublesome. If this weren't the case, Xianxia would not have been able to meddle in this matter, as it would have already been established long ago. Another difficulty was finding an appropriate trading partner. With the size and scope of Sea Temple, there were very few inland sects qualified to stand on equal footing. Most great forces could only look up to them. As for the great forces capable of establishing trade, they held competitive relationships with Sea Temple, making them incompatible as business partners. Xianxia, however, just smiled and said, "And if I could solve those troubles?" Pang Zhen's expression shook. "Does Sect Master Yang really have a way?" Xianxia nodded sincerely, his expression completely serious. Pang Zhen burst into hearty laughter and said, "If Sect Master Yang can do this, then this matter can be discussed. However, I cannot take responsibility for such a big endeavor and can only refer the matter to the temple masters for them to handle. This Yang has long heard of Sea Temple's reputation and knows that its temple masters are wise, so there should be no reason for them to refuse such a good thing." Xianxia laughed. Pang Zhen was instantly put into a great mood and raised his glass again. Then, a toast to the successful conclusion of this matter. When the time comes, this Pang will also have to ask Sect Master Yang to take care of me. If this matter could be negotiated successfully, then Pang Zhen would undoubtedly gain many benefits. If all went well, he might even be able to raise his position and status in Sea Temple. So he did not hesitate to become even friendlier with Xianxia, treating him as the most honored of guests. In the middle of the night, after the banquet finally wound down, Pang Zhen arranged a luxurious courtyard for Xianxia and ensured that a few beautiful young maidens were waiting for him when he got there. Xianxia immediately asked these young women to leave, of course, feeling quite awkward and embarrassed as they pouted resentfully while leaving. Xianxia thought that because the matter he proposed would be of great benefit to Sea Temple, they would be very enthusiastic to cooperate, but to his surprise, even after 3 days waiting on Sunrise Island, not even one of Sea Temple's temple masters came to see him. This reaction was quite confusing to Xianxia. It stood to reason that although Sea Temple's territory was extremely vast, it should have space arrays on each of its main islands, so if one of Sea Temple's temple masters wanted to, It should not have taken them more than half a day to arrive on Sunrise Island. A delay of 3 days could only indicate that the other party did not believe what he said or was not interested in this matter in the first place. But Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Now that the hidden dangers of corpse spirit religion had been thoroughly eliminated, High Heaven Sect did not need him around urgently to make decisions. With Yi Shiyun overseeing things, it did not make much difference how long he was gone for. As such, Yang Kai took this opportunity to savor the changes he had undergone after becoming a Star Master. As the Lord of Shadowed Star, he could now travel anywhere on it in an instant. As long as he had enough spiritual energy and Saint Chi, he could cross hundreds of thousands or even millions of kilometers in an instant. However, the further and more frequently he traveled, the larger the burden he would experience, limiting him somewhat. Nonetheless, crossing a few tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant was a simple matter. This was just one of the small conveniences Yang Kai received after becoming a Star Master. The biggest benefit Yang Kai found was his ability to cultivate more rapidly on Shadowed Star. World energy here now flowed into his body freely, allowing his cultivation speed to soar to almost 100 times what it had been before, something impossible for anyone else to achieve. In battle, he could also mobilize Shadowed Star's world energy to effortlessly kill his enemies, a skill he had already tested and verified. However, there was one thing that concerned Yang Kai quite a bit, and that was a vague, invisible power which seemed to engulf Shadowed Star. This power had the characteristics of a giant seal, like a series of shackles preventing Shadowed Star's cultivators from comprehending the mysteries of higher realms. It was precisely because of the existence of this barrier that no Origin King had been born on Shadowed Star for over 10,000 years. These invisible shackles were the world principles of Shadowed Star, an ethereal and unpredictable force that even an Origin King could not grasp or comprehend fully. Although Yang Kai had now become a Star Master, he still had no way to affect these world principles. Yang Kai attempted to break these shackles or disperse them, but ultimately failed. With a long sigh, Yang Kai took back his divine sense, no longer wasting his time. Although this barrier prevented anyone from reaching the Origin King realm, it was not actually harmful, so he did not need to pay too much attention to it. Another day passed, yet there was still no news from Sea Temple. Yang Kai finally began to feel a little impatient, but just as he was considering whether he should go to the Sea Temple's headquarters himself, his brow suddenly furrowed, and he expanded his divine sense. A few thousand kilometers away from Sunrise Island, there was a huge wave almost 1,000 meters high, which was quickly closing in. This wave gave off a terrible roar and was being ridden by a large number of figures, at least 100 in total. Among these 100 or so people there were both males and females. The men were quite burly and had clearly non-human features. Each one was several meters tall and had terrifying forms that could cause anyone who saw them to shudder. On the other hand, the women were all great beauties with flawless skin and features. Some appeared pure, others charming, still others seductive, arousing endless reverie. What concerned Yang Kai, though, was that this group of individuals were all Origin Realm Masters. Yang Kai initially thought these people were masters from Sea Temple, but after taking a closer look, he found that this was not the case. These people were not human. Thinking carefully, Yang Kai suddenly recalled some information. In the limitless ocean of Shadowed Star, not only did the human race thrive, but there was also a race called the Sea Clan. Sea Clan was a general term that encompassed many different oceanic races. They were born with great affinity to water attributes, secret arts, and martial skill, and lived below the seas, many of them not even having human-like forms. However, the Sea Clan seldomly interacted with the human race, so cultivators from the inland of Shadowed Star would not necessarily see someone from the Sea Clan even once throughout their lifetime. Even human cultivators living on the limitless ocean would rarely interact with these people. Yang Kai observed for a while and found that this Sea Clan group was comprised of about 4 or 5 different races. Some were covered with scales, while others had long barb-like tails behind them. Still others had pincer-like hands and crab-like legs, making them appear quite strange. This was also Yang Kai's first time seeing members of the Sea Clan, so he couldn't help feeling somewhat interested. He also did not know why they were so aggressively rushing towards Sunrise Island. After observing them for so long, though, A burly Sea Clan male who was riding the very front of the giant wave noticed something and turned his eyes towards the sky, sweeping his gaze around as if trying to find whoever was hiding nearby spying on them. Yang Kai smiled slightly when he saw this and withdrew his gaze. For him, no one on Shadowed Star was worthy of his concern. These 100 Sea Clan origin returning realm masters may be an extremely powerful combat force for Sea Temple, but they were nothing to the current Yang Kai. Above the huge wave, the burly Sea Clan leader frowned as he continued to scan the skies with suspicion on his face. Xianxia, did you discover something? A woman with an astounding figure and very revealing clothes also glanced upwards and frowned. Xianxia shook his head slowly. It felt like someone was watching us, but I can't sense any nearby presences. Maybe it was just my imagination. The woman was stunned. She understood how strong Xianxia was. As one of the leaders of the Sea Clan's Sea God Palace, Xianxia was one of the strongest masters on all of Shadowed Star, so it was quite odd for his senses to be wrong. However, since Xianxia had said so himself, the woman did not bother digging into it, simply frowning slightly as she quietly spoke. This matter will likely be quite difficult to handle. The princess disappeared near Sunrise Island, and although it is highly likely that she was abducted by those humans, if they refuse to admit to it, what are we to do? Xianxia coldly snorted. If they dare not admit it, this general will raze Sunshine Island to the ground. Those damn humans should have been chased out of the limitless ocean long ago. This is my Sea Clan's territory. Ha! The woman sighed deeply, her face full of worries as she stared in the direction of Sunrise Island, secretly praying that her princess had really been abducted by these humans. If she wasn't, they wouldn't even have any clues as to where to look next. This time, they had brought a great army to Sunrise Island with the mentality that giving a dead horse medicine can't harm it. But this was really nothing but a desperation move. If the humans hadn't, with the great power Sea Temple commanded, Sea God Palace would not dare to start the war lightly with them. Nevertheless, Xianxia seemed to have already determined that the princess was taken away by these humans, so it was likely going to be difficult for her to settle this situation peacefully. If the princess could be found, everything would be fine, but if she could not be found, the two titans of the limitless ocean may really be set on the path to war. That massive wave traveled extremely quickly. When the wave approached to within 1,000 kilometers of Sunrise Island, Pang Zhen and the other elders noticed an abnormality in the surrounding world energy and quickly rushed out of their respective residences to look into the distance. A moment later, Pang Zhen's face changed drastically. These arrogant Sea Clan bastards dare to attack my Sunrise Island? Quickly activate all the defensive spirit arrays. As soon as the order was given, a ringing sound spread across Sunrise Island and soon, the entire island was enveloped in a transparent energy barrier. All of the cultivators on the island also deployed around Pang Zhen, each of them wearing solemn expressions as they waited for the Sea Clan's arrival. Yang Kai did not know what was happening, so being curious, he also came over to Pang Zhen. Sect Master Yang, the Sea Clan seems to have come to stir up trouble. I hope Sect Master Yang can stand back, Pang Zhen gently persuaded. Yang Kai's previous proposal was of great interest to him, and depending on whether he could push it forward or not, his position in Sea Temple might very well change. However, the key to this proposal was Yang Kai himself, so it was only natural for Pang Zhen to worry about his safety. Don't worry, Island Master Pang can just handle things as he sees fit. I'm only here to observe. Yang Kai chuckled. Seeing him like this, Pang Zhen thought for a moment but did not try to persuade him further. After all, Yang Kai had already proved his great strength before. Why is the Sea Clan so angry? Did Sunrise Island or Sea Temple provoke them in some way? Yang Kai asked casually. Pang Zhen shook his head. I don't know, but there has never been a harmonious relationship between Sea Temple and the Sea Clan. After all, we are two different races who both inhabit the limitless ocean, so friction is inevitable. However, today's situation is one this Pang has never seen before. My Sea Temple and the Sea Clan's Sea God Palace even have some agreements between us, so neither side ever sends out so many masters to deal with the other party. Yang Kai's eyes flickered a few times before he seemingly casually remarked, The Sea Clan's Sea God Palace should also be able to collect a lot of ocean cultivation resources. Pang Zhen's focus was on why the Sea Clan had dispatched so many masters to Sunrise Island. So he did not think too much about Yang Kai's comment and nodded. They have an innate advantage in this regard actually, and are able to collect resources from the deepest parts of the sea with ease, something our sea temple is incapable of. As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Zhen came to his senses and quickly glanced over at Yang Kai only to find him smiling happily. Realizing his gaffe, Pang Zhen quickly said, "Sect Master Yang. They are of a different race. Also, the Sea Clan is not easy to deal with. If you want to trade cultivation resources with them, I am afraid it will be quite difficult. The Sea Clan always have eyes atop their heads and look down greatly on our human race. You have lived your life inland, so you perhaps don't understand just how far apart our two races are." "Many thanks for your reminder, Island Master Pang," Yang Kai responded thoughtlessly. Pang Zhen naturally understood what Yang Kai was thinking and why he thought so. Yang Kai had been waiting here for several days already. Yet no one from Sea Temple's headquarters had come to discuss the exchange of resources he had proposed. Anyone who was ignored like this would feel displeased. Sea Temple was the undisputed leader of the human forces on the limitless ocean though. So regardless of how they acted, Yang Kai had no other option but to deal with them. But with masters from Sea God Palace suddenly appearing, Pang Zhen knew that Yang Kai was now having ideas about trying to forge a cooperative relationship with them instead. If he could negotiate a deal with Sea God Palace, Yang Kai would need to bother with Sea Temple anymore. Without this kind of merit to his name, Pang Zhen would likely never be promoted again and could only remain as the island master of Sunrise Island for the rest of his life. Although this was not an unpleasant position, it was still a fair distance from Sea Temple's truly powerful center. Seeing Yang Kai not take his words to heart, Pang Zhen also became a bit angered. He was not angry with Yang Kai, of course, but rather with his own Sea Temple's leadership. But right now, he did not have time to deal with this matter, as the huge wave had already arrived just a few kilometers outside Sunrise Island. In the short time he had been talking with Yang Kai, and it showed no signs of slowing down. Hong Long Long. The island defending array around Sunrise Island shook as it was impacted by the wave, but it remained unbroken. It took quite some time for the massive wave to dissipate as it spread out around Sunrise Island and disappeared. Pang Zhen looked up into the sky with an ugly expression and shouted, "Xianxia! What is the meaning of this? Could it be that Sea God Palace wants to make war with my Sea Temple? Pang Zhen, hand over my clansmen you abducted. Otherwise, I will raise your Sunrise Island today and kill off every last chicken and dog on it." Xianxia roared, his voice booming like thunder, causing many people's ears to ring. Pang Zhen was stunned and immediately asked, "Hand over who?" He did not know what Xianxia was talking about and couldn't help feeling a bit confused. "Don't play dumb with me. This general will give you a cup of tea's time. If you can't bring out the one this general wants to see by then, you can suffer death instead." Although Xianxia was strong, he was obviously bullheaded and did not even try to negotiate or explain, instead opting for directly issuing ultimatums. He was certain that the one he was looking for was here on Sunrise Island. Seeing Xianxia act so arrogant and unreasonable, Pang Zhen became angered and smiled coldly. "This island master doesn't know who you are talking about, but even if he did, this island master would not give whoever it is you want to you." Pang Zhen was a third-order origin returning realm master and the island master of Sunrise Island. So with Xianxia coming here to cause trouble for no apparent reason, even daring to threaten him, he naturally could not show any weakness. "Okay, since you admit your crimes, don't blame this general for being ruthless." Xianxia's face became stern and was just about to order his forces to attack when the woman next to him suddenly grabbed him and shouted, "Wait!" Although Xianxia looked very unhappy, he did not refuse, simply crossing his arms and standing tall while sweeping his gaze across the humans down below with clear contempt in his eyes. He seemed to be looking down on everyone, not even putting Pang Zhen in his eyes, but when his gaze landed on Yang Kai, his eyes shrank slightly as a trace of doubt flashed across his face. With a big smile on his face, Yang Kai looked harmless to humans and animals alike, but he still gave off an incredibly dangerous aura. This made Xianxia involuntarily focus on Yang Kai.